custom URL, give a little basic information, pick what strategy you're going to be guys live fun things underneath. But Express live stream is right left hand. Seen my lobby, a poll and drag and drop a poll. It's come down to kind of having a very over users. You could okay. The only other thing, like a million of me over in the OBS. So how this really works is you guys are going to have this settings button. When you guys have the settings button, you are going to have the stream. And you are going to click stream, go to service, YouTube and YouTube gaming, server, primary YouTube, ingest server, and then you have your stream key. All you guys are going to do is grab your stream key and click, post it right here, click apply, and then click OK. So where do you get your stream key at? You are going to get your stream key right here over on YouTube. So all you have to do is go to YouTube, go to click go live. If you do not have YouTube, it's going to take 24 hours to activate. Then you're going to download OBS. After you download OBS, you are going to copy the stream key. You are going to go over to settings. Once you go over to settings, click stream, and then just place your stream key right here after having YouTube, apply, OK. The only other thing that you are going to want to do on this is, let me grab this and move this out of the way here, is at your video, and you are just going to click allow ingest. After you download OBS, it's going to take 24 hours. To activate. Then you're going to download OBS. After you download OBS, you are going to copy the stream key. You are going to go over to settings. Once you go over to settings, click stream, and then just place your stream key right here after having YouTube, apply, OK. The only other thing that you are going to want to do on this is, let me grab this and move this out of the way here, is that you can go through and make TradeCaster 2024. You can make it public, add your video, and you are just going to click allow embedding. So where is this button right here? I believe customization. Let me scroll on down here. Let me just make sure. And we have allow. And yep, and there it should be all set, ready to go then. All right, awesome. So yeah, as long as you click allow on everything, that is going to allow you to set ready to go then. All right, awesome. So yeah, as long as you click allow on everything, that is going to allow you to project it over on tradecaster.com. So if I grab this link right here, I grab this link, video link, copy link, bring it over to TradeCaster. This is my lobby. I click start. As long as you click allow on everything, that is going to allow you to project it over on tradecaster.com. So if I grab this link right here, I grab this link, video link, copy link, bring it over to TradeCaster. This make sure, and we have allow, and yep, and there it should be all set, ready to go then. All right, awesome. So yeah, as long as you click allow on everything, that is going to allow you to project it over on TradeCaster.com. So if I grab this link right here, I grab this link, video link. TradeCaster. This is my lobby. I click Start Stream, and now I just place my live stream right here. And once I place my live stream right here, this is now going to be my, this is now the current live. If I grab this link right here, I grab this link, video link, copy link, bring it over to TradeCaster. This is my lobby. I click Start Stream, and now I just place my live stream right here. And once I place my live stream right here, this is now going to be my, this is now the current live stream that we have at this. And now I just place my live stream right here. And once I place my live stream right here, this is now going to be my, this is now the current live stream that we have at this time. And we'll be all set, ready to go. You can see TradeCaster live streaming, and now anyone that's in the chat room is going to be able to see this, which is going to be absolutely great and absolutely awesome. So once you guys do start having paid rooms where TradeCaster is paying you down the line, you are going to have private rooms. So for instance, when
Check.
Aura. ENSA. Asset. TCRX. SRTS. EVAX. Roma. KO. THTX. Bets. ENSC. 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 VT. VTVT. JYD. ENSC. 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 CLEU. ENSC. 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 CNTA. Mesa. ENSC. ENSC. RVSN. 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 RVSN.
Good morning, everybody. I'm running late. Super late. This is supposed to be pre-market prep. We've already gone live. The bell has rung. There we go. RVSN is on. I'm in. Here we go. All right, we're looking at what we got today. we have RVSN. I'm in this long at the moment, so I was doing my pre-market prep. I have this long from 320. I'm using a tool called Liquivision. It's developed by an investment banker, and it's proven to be very, very accurate. So right here is the current position in. I'm long 100. I'm hoping to add to that later on. That was just a starter. We'll bring that back over here and take a look in TradingView what we've got. So the idea here is that this tool that's floating around my screen here, I can use to predict hidden liquidity levels. Okay, right? So I'm literally taking the blue arrow to the most recent high here, where I'm ignoring this spike at 1 o'clock. That's where the algorithms turn on. And I'm coming in to a level here, and I'm literally just drawing around that. Okay, so this would be a red level where there's basically a pool of hidden sellers up here, and you can see, even though I've entered down here at 320, do you want me to change these color bars for you? Let's change those now. Let's get you your standards, green and red. Okay, all right, so this is kind of, it's doing what it's supposed to do, but unfortunately I'm in a long position and I'm hoping this will break. Okay, so RVSN, I've been actually looking at this from the previous level down at 186. I didn't take 186 yesterday. I'm kicking myself today. It's rallied up pre-market. It come down to the hidden liquidity pool this morning. So if I was going there, you can see it just tacked into that. This big wick here that occurs at 1 o'clock is the liquidity provider's algorithms kicking in. So that's not really a price. It just whips up and down. So nevertheless, price came into that area and was brilliant for a long at 270. So really I'm getting in late here. But the ultimate target for me is hopefully up here at either 578 or 7. Okay. There is, again, resistance at 420 till 5, so I'm quite happy to take it off if I see resistance there. But this stock is not doing anything unless we can break through this liquidity pool that's sitting right here. So at the moment, the buyer's held level, which is this green one, has held. It was beautiful entry at 286. It held yesterday at 186 for a beautiful entry. Now we're looking to take it even higher. If we see resistance here further, as we're getting right now, okay, so down it comes. It's coming back down to my entry point at 320. I have a level here. There's one more buyer's level here, and it's based on the swing that has just been made on the run up. And that's all I keep doing with this tool, is just doing, like, bringing the swings. If I can hold this level and it rejects out of it and looks to move towards the next level strongly, then I'll look to add. Right now I'm 10 cents, 13 cents in profit, which is actually, my opening price is 326, so I'm not even there yet. So in any case, we cannot break this level here, you know, by any kind of percentage. You know, a little spike below would be okay, but anything else wouldn't be okay. So I, at the moment, am looking for this green level to hold on RVSN. Okay. What else did we have a look at yesterday? So a similar trade yesterday that I took was CXAI. If we go back on that one, this is exactly the same thing, but it was a lot more aggressive, and it happened basically in the one day, or over 2 days really. So it started to break out of this zone here, and I do not get into trades unless they break out of this first zone. We can go, when the market quietens down, we can go into this a little more. But it basically predicts two benchmarks, and a benchmark is what institutions hold price at for potential reversal. This is benchmark 1 sitting here, and this is benchmark 2 up here. Okay, now yesterday I took a short up here at 158 and covered down here at 130s. That was a nice trade. Now today it's attempting to spike above again, but I shouldn't think that would hold. I think CXAI is a short right now, literally at these highs at 160s. You're now 10 cents into that short. But generally, once we hit this benchmark 2, had literally 4 attempts at it yesterday. I held through all of these tries. I was basically short the first one. I shorted the first one, then stopped, then got in again, and then held through this double top here, and then covered down here at like 132, something like that. So that was the trade. It's the very similar thing I'm looking for today, which is I'm breaking out. At the minute, we're sitting kind of before this benchmark level. If I go back to RVSN, let's see what we're doing. Right. So again, the levels are the same. If I zoom out, apart from the fact that I've, if I bring it to a 30-minute, you'll be able to see it a bit better. If I mark these up as yellow, so everything's kind of consistent. That one there. That one there. And then this final one up here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at RVSN. Now, I've got to bear in mind, I plop a line right in the middle here because recently price has been acknowledging like literally the dead center between these two benchmarks, which I'm finding a bit odd, but might have to update the software with that. But at the minute, that's what we are looking at. We are taking these lows and we are predicting benchmarks here and here for this stock. So that's I just love it if it confirmed. Okay, so let's get back down. We are attempting to run this liquidity pool. We're double topping in this liquidity pool right now. I would, if we break out of this, I'd really love to add, if we can have some sort of volume. What I'm going to do is switch my scanner on, and you might hear some of that in the background. If you can hear those tickers being announced. EVAX is what it's saying at the moment. So I'll take a look at EVAX and see why that's kicking off. That seems to be very busy this morning on volume. So we'll take a look at that. EVAX, EVAX. Okay, so if we look at EVAX, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, see what we've got on the 30-minute. Okay, so we're in a downtrend. That's what I like to see. Yep, so we've been in a solid downtrend, and now we're spiking this morning on volume. It's on everybody's scanners. I imagine if I move it over here, you might be able to see the ticker. Actually, it's only popping up on everyone's scanners this morning. It wasn't on the pre-market. It literally just started to run just before the open. Okay, so yeah, what I'm looking to do here to predict these levels is I take what we call the dealer's spread at the bottom, and it looks something like the first swing, and see how it acknowledges the top of that box. So here, if I make these yellow, then we are consistent. Okay, and I'm doing the same thing. So even though this has run today, this morning, and the run has been very aggressive, as it normally is with small cap stocks, and it's run almost to benchmark 1 already there, right? So that's why it's dropped like a stone. Let's see what news we've got on this. ADS ratios change and take effect. It said late Monday, a change. The ratio of American depository shares to its ordinary shares was made effective. Okay, so they're doing some sort of corporate event there on that, which isn't necessarily great. RVSN is pushing. So there's right. I'm just going to switch back to RVSN. We'll come back to EVAX. We'll put that on. EVAX on the watch list. RVSN. Okay, still it's pushing again. Let's bring this down to 2-minute chart. Right, so unusual volume just came in then, and it's pushing on volume now. Question is, are we going to get a pop? I think I'm going to add. Okay. I've just entered another long on there, just at the tippy top of where it popped. Let's see. if that's going to hold now. Okay, so ultimately I'm looking for this to hit the 420s. It does have volume coming in, but that volume has been absorbed. So we'll have to see. Obviously, you've got a lot of shorts coming in at this area. If we do come off, I'm hoping this 320s, and I'll add at 320s again. But for the minute, I'm hoping we will take out these wicks. In terms of a position size, if I have a look here in this. So I'm on the long side. I'm in at 3.26. My stop. Yeah, we're coming off. 305. Whoa. Okay, so the shorts have definitely come in there. You can see that. That liquidity pool has worked like a charm for them. Not that they can see it, but this is the moment of truth for my trade now. I've added, so I'm effectively down on the position now because I added literally at 368 and we're now 30 cents down. But the proof will be in the pudding. If this buyer's hold level can't hold, then it's got further room to the downside to come to test 270. So literally from there to there, and that's where it held this morning. So let's draw that one in. All right. So I'm generally having a raw. I'm going to turn that. Go and have a look at ENSC. When we get the message. All right, so I'm just taking a little look at my risk to check that I haven't got any on. If I want to stop really now below 304, so my stop's going to be 304. So if I'm changing that to 3.04 up there, and this is on a prop firm, so this is with Trade the Pool as a prop firm, and I'm only looking to risk $200 per trade. So my max shares I can buy are 900 at a risk of $200, but actually I don't want a full risk at the moment. I'm trying to work into that position, so I only have 200 shares on. But that depends. So we've just literally picked off right there on that zone. So we've come to look at it once. Now there's 3 pools of liquidity in here. That's why it's the zone. There's one at the very top, one here in the middle. It's actually just below the middle when I draw it with the application. And there's one at the very bottom. So you see that as like 3 liquidity providers right there. You can almost see that as 3 banks that are supporting this stock that would play against each other in terms of whether the first one, second one, or third one is hit. Obviously, if the third level holds, they get the lowest price, and then off it can run to the top side. But that's what we're hoping for at the moment. We could just stalemate in between these 2 levels, and this is exactly what happens. The reason we are not moving anywhere in this stock apart from sideways right now from the open is because we are stuck between 2 liquidity pools. This large one here and this smaller one here. Okay, so let's see how this plays out. What are we doing? It's not down too bad at the moment, but again, far down from that ad at the top. So I do have a rule for myself actually, that I never should chase that spike like I just did on the break above, especially on penny stocks and as well futures, because that run to the upside, literally 80% of the time you get that pullback to the buyer's liquidity pool. There's a reason why it's there. Hey Taylor, how are you? Nice to meet you too. So there's a reason why that liquidity pool is there, and that is it induces the better entry price. So I did chase that because I thought it was going to run to the next level up here at 410. As it happens, it come down straight into the liquidity pool, and now we're trapped between each one. Taylor, what do you normally trade? So let's take a look at EVAX that was shouting on the scanner a second ago. So EVAX is a similar thing. So the way we look at this is with this tool, which is liquivision, as the stream is named, and we take the dealer's spread, which is the first swing, and we project that level that held here, right? So the fact that price touched the top of this yellow zone here and then pulled back to this green box. So there's two things I'm doing here. One is predicting what is called benchmarks, which are these boxes above. This box below is what I would call an accumulation zone, or to retail traders, you can call it a manipulation zone, because that's what it feels like if you're in a trade whilst price is in this zone. And so that's the first thing we're doing is benchmarks. Benchmarks is how far a stock can run. There's generally two of them to the upside. I call these targets, as they're like mini benchmarks, but the major benchmarks are these two. There's one here, and if I zoom right out and bring that scale right in, and there's one above. So benchmark 1, benchmark 2. That's ultimately where the stock can go. Small cap stocks like to go to benchmark 2 a lot of the time, but they don't have to. But the chances are they will normally always get to benchmark 1, as this one has just done about 5 cents shy of at the moment, which is why it's rejected off again. Now, the other thing that you see here is this green box. Okay, so if I'm just playing with this, I have benchmarks on this side, and when I press this button here, it gives me the hidden liquidity pool, right? So what happens here is from that off, and this is exactly what I like to see. I like to see a pull down, like a stock that's been beaten up, and it gets to a low and then puts in some sideways range. That's a dealer's spread. It shows me that there is some form of accumulation. Now it's just stopped dropping off the edge of the cliff. Now I can look at that dealer's spread, which is marked up from here. Now, if I had add the hidden liquidity pool in, it should hold more or less perfectly if the plan is playing out. So it did hold perfectly. It comes straight into it and then rocketed off. It rocketed off in pre-market, and now on the open has done what a lot of small caps do, is slam back down. If I take this into let's say a 2-minute chart, what I would say here is the same as what is happening on RVSN at the moment, which is if you take that low, get rid of the benchmarks for the moment, and take that swing higher, there's a liquidity pool here. Okay, so sometimes I refer to that as buyer's hold, but it's a liquidity pool where there will be 3 liquidity providers with resting hidden orders. So there'd basically be one at the top, one kind of in the middle, and one below. So that if I actually put this tool back on again, you'll actually see that level is just below. It's kind of halfway between the middle and the low, but TradingView only plots the middle. I can't adjust it. So when I draw over it, that's where it is. So this is what I have so far. A buyer's hold level. So we've hit benchmark 1. So 50% of the trade may be done, but we've come all the way back down literally to where it came from. So you've got to be very careful with this trade. But if this buyer's hold level works and we start to grind up, then that could be a good point of what, to then try and get in and take this to the upside. You could double top at 586, or we could get 820, 850 out of it. But either way, if the stock does do that, then I would look to get in and reverse. I would literally close the long position and enter a short position if I see something up here showing signs of rejection. All right, that's EVAX. Let's take a little look at RVSN. Okay, so we are still holding this buyer's hold level right now. If we can get a close above 334, I might try and bring that risk in and put some more shares on to try and get that number up. So let's put a little alert on 334. Did that work? 335, that'll do. Okay, we're pushing it now. Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is make or break time now, and this is whether we know we're going to get a grindy version or a pop on this. Is that you saw that liquidity pop there? It just literally popped above there as soon as I kind of put the alerts on. Now, if I'm taking high to low, that's the new low, right? That's our new high. That's our new low. So even though this liquidity pool still exists and done its job, the sellers held that level, there's a new one. And that new one is thinner, but resides a little bit higher. Okay, so now I'm in long. I've got to think about what to do if and when price gets to 350, 360. All right, so there's the long. So there's additional entry to be had there, and that is pushing very nicely. Now the question is, can we, when it gets to 355, push through it? And we'd have to push through it hard, otherwise really the trade may be off for this morning. It might come back later. It might bounce between these two levels now, and then perhaps it's better off taking the risk off until later on this morning. It's rejecting off there now. We'll give it a minute. I'm not going to add right now because I feel like this might be a slower grind and we'll get a couple of attempts at this. Let's take a look at what else we've got. So EVAX, what's EVAX doing? So EVAX is working its way into that level. Remember, there's 1, 2, 3 to have. 3 to have on here. All right. What else we got? That's okay. Okay. Right, let's take a look at what the futures are doing right now. NQ. Okay. Right, let's take a look at what the futures are doing right. So NQ. We can take a look at NQ. NQ loves working its way between what I call a big benchmark. If you have a look at this morning's action, we'll bring it down into like a 10-minute or something. Okay. So there was, I'm going to try and adjust my times. I'm in the UK. Let's change this to -5. Change this to New York. Okay. So the overnight session is effectively this area here. This is the London kind of open. This is the New York 1 o'clock. Liquidity coming in here and then the open there. Okay. But when we draw those benchmarks, and I call that manipulation zone out of that first accumulation, is you can take that low to that high of that session and put that box on. And can you see how price comes smacking into it and then rejected off hard? So that is a trade right there at what time was that? We had at 8:40, 8:50, no, 8:30 to 8:40. It's kind of the news hour time. That is a great trade to have on and look for. So you literally take the low to the high of the overnight and then come in, and you're literally looking for some rejection on there. So if I was drawing that in, and it works to the downside as well. If I reduce this scale a little bit, it doesn't look like we're pushing on RVSN. So it works to the upside and the downside, which means we could go further down to touch it. That would be kind of a range day. So one there. And another one here. So that's kind of the manipulation zone that sometimes happens on the open, or a lot of the times actually it happens. It probably happens 3 out of 5 days. The other 2 days might be trend days where it will still acknowledge and then just crash right through it. But remember, we've still got where's the liquidity pool. Now, we did have this harsh spike down on the open, but ultimately the closes would be, whoa, what happened there? Let's bring that in. Yeah. So again, buyers hold at this level here. I'm just going to close that and bring open another version of liquivision here. Just need to throw it around a few screens to get it on the right one. Chasing the liquivision. Okay, there we go. Now the arrows are set correctly. So bring to the low, up to the high. We're looking for that pool of liquidity. And there it is. So I'd literally draw that over there. So what we know, similar to RVSN, which is creeping up again now, similar to RVSN, is futures are volatile just as small caps are. This tool works on everything. So this would be a green buyer's hold, if you like. But it's a pool of bidders, hidden bidders at this level. So it did wick down below on opening volume, which it usually does. That's fine. That's not an issue. You just have to hold into that. You're waiting for that rejection, and then there was a chance at 7,450 to take a long. Now, just as it's doing that, what do we also know looking at this? Well, we also know that total swing, and this wasn't at 1 o'clock, this wasn't at your 8 a.m. No, this was the open, so you can bring this all the way down to the low, and there we have another level. So I will call that level and draw that in. And I am going to say that's a seller's offers up in that region. So what's going to happen today is we should bounce off this level if we come up to it. Okay. And just with any kind of commentary on any given market is correct until it fails. But these levels are institutional pools of liquidity from those market makers that you don't generally see resting as limit orders in any level 2 platforms or software. So that's the benefit that this brings, is that ahead of time you get to know that you need to be careful at these levels. Whether or not you play the buy off the buyer's hold or the sell off the seller's hold, obviously they're high probability levels, and that would be fine. You can drop down a time frame to do that, but right now we know that's what's holding us up from going lower, and this is the area that if we come back to it will hold us up from going higher. Conversely, if we can break out of this and pull back and it holds, then you could have a trend day on your hands. But ultimately, at this moment in time, it's just doing what it can normally do on the open, which is a big spike and then starts to rest between two pools that you normally can't see. So now at least we have visibility of them with this tool. Let's drop down a time frame. I'm going to drop down to the 2 minutes here. And actually, let's go up a time frame and just see if there's anything bigger. So you can see I draw these boxes in kind of all the time. So on a bigger time frame, there was a huge move on Friday over to Monday. So the more I bring this in, So I had a level here again that I was saying, you know, it's the same thing. We were sitting between two pools that then got tighter. The buyers come up higher and we held there. The sellers were still holding this level all the time around the 17,040 at the highs. And then soon as we broke, that was it. It was off to the races, and that's kind of what you look for. So on a bigger time frame, I'm coming in from this low here. Whoops, sorry about that. Coming from this low here and pulling that up to the high. I don't normally like to pull across here, so I normally go to the high. If that was a lot higher, I would, but then I wouldn't. If it was a lot higher, I wouldn't be crossing over price. So I'm going to these highs here roughly, and it's exactly where the area of value was where we went sideways in that previous liquidity pool. Is that a coincidence? Probably not. So that's a level that we're drawing in now that will attract price. All right, there will be a reason that they want that price to come back here, but it doesn't have to be. It will just always be there until the three levels are touched within this box. So that's a live zone there. So we know that if I come from the highs, let's see where that is. So if we're saying literally it is the same level here. So 7038. Take 7038. If I drop down to a 15-minute and try and look for some benchmarks here. All right, so the benchmark I'm going to call out as kind of this area here. Okay, so I'll be going from there to there, or possibly here. Okay, so now we have a benchmark 1 here, and the final benchmark sitting right down here, aligned with the liquidity pool. So, for want of drawing so many boxes on my chart, again, we said we'd do these yellow, didn't we? Okay, so what we say here is this was the manipulation zone on this level here. If I change this to yellow, so we know the benchmarks are yellow and the liquidity pools are red and green. So have a level there, a level here, and a final benchmark level smack in the middle of the liquidity pool down there. I can bring these levels up. Wow, RVSN. I've got to look at RVSN because I'm in that trade and I think it's just broken out of that liquidity pool to the upside. Actually. Oh, just moved it. That's no good. Reset them. So one here, lose this one. Okay, so now that's what we've got on the 15-minute. So the 15-minute is suggesting that as we've broken out of this manipulation zone, we're working our way through. Let me just turn this profile off here. We're working our way back into it, but we've broken out of the box. So we held between that first level there. I've got another one here I'm going to get rid of. So that's how we expect a trend to work. I expect a trend to work through these levels. The only issue you can have is, so I'd still always be drawing my liquidity pools, by the way. So on NQ, I draw every swing effectively. And then you can see the price, I'll just bring that across. Price comes into it for a good short there. There'll be one all the way from the top all the way to the bottom, and there is that liquidity pool sitting in there. So at the moment, that's the one that's got to hold. Hopefully you can see the difference there. It's because we've got the difference between the benchmarks and the liquidity pools, which is why when you get used to it, it's not confusing, but certainly if you can't see them, it's confusing. So we got trapped between these two liquidity pools here earlier on Monday, and then we now have this level holding here. So that's a live liquidity pool. There's 3 levels in there. So there's 3 levels in there. We've touched the first one. We can come back. This is the minor one we've drawn on the smaller time frame. This one is a bigger one right above it. So we have a lot of sellers that we have to contest with if we're going to push higher today. We'd have to push through this pool, and we'd have to push through this pool if we're going to put in new highs. The price action at the moment, having broken out of this manipulation zone, suggests there could be a need to push lower over the next day or two. So if we're forming a bias, that's potentially it. But nevertheless, if you're working through benchmarks, got so many lines here, and this one doesn't count. This one is finished, and that one is finished. Okay, so that's just the most recent high up there. Let's get one out, not to confuse. So the key I kind of have here is, if I break out of the first zone, which I call manipulation, target 1 has a super high percentage chance of getting paid, of hitting, right? It's in the 90s. It's in the 90% that if you break out of this box, you either run straight to it or very close, or straight to it, or straight to it again. So you can see that for me, roughly, that's held 1, 2, 3, 4 times now. So target 1 is hit. That's the one that's got the 90% hit ratio. If I get this path drawn out here, this is exactly what can happen. So you can bounce inside here. You could come off to this liquidity pool, right? That's not what we've done at the moment, but you can do. That's kind of textbook. You come down and you come off into this liquidity pool, and then you come down. You might test it again, and then quickly, very quickly after that, you would go to target 1. So between here and here is a plus 90% if you break out of the zone. If you're in the zone, nothing to do. No percentage probabilities, just nothing really to do. If this liquidity pool holds, the chances increase of a downside move to the target 1, but not until you've actually broken down does it become a 90% hit rate. Nice to meet you, Taylor. I don't know whether you come back, if that's Taylor in the room. I think you popped out when I said hi to you before. Nice to meet you, though. So that's target 1 hit. Now, what we expect to do is work through these levels, and that's how you kind of get a trend line sometimes, which this tool also does, which is predict the potential trend lines. But then you have a high probability chance of coming down to the second target. So that second target is a mini benchmark in itself, and then you could work back up to the previous one. The second target here has a lesser probability after the breakout. It moves to about 80%, just below 80% that this is going to hit, but it's got a 50% chance of coming all the way back here. So this is why when people think they get faked out, that's what the algorithm does. It is like, it's not that it is trying to fake you out. That's how the algorithm works. And this application is a visual of the algorithm. If I turned on everything that application does that I'm pulling around the screen, this one over here, if I turned on everything that this does, you'll see what I mean. It's like a matrix of levels. So here I'm just using 2 of them. The liquidity pools is they're the easiest ones to do without it getting too complicated when you first start off. But then from here you can go again, right? Down we go, and then benchmark 1. Now from here it depends on whether we're whether we're talking about a hot news day, if it's CPI, inflation, that jobs numbers, non-farm payrolls, that sort of thing, it could push you all the way down in the same session to continue on down. It could just bang through there, come back, and then quickly down to this level here. That's a trend over. Now, unfortunately, sometimes that's what a trend looks like. It doesn't look like it right now. It looks like sideways, and agreed it is. It's just hit that liquidity pool up there. It's in a green liquidity pool here at the moment. Question is, when it breaks out of there, will we touch in again and then dump? Because that is what I feel like is happening at the moment. But for the minute, the 90% trade has occurred and happened. Now we're looking for the next one, which is in the very, very high 70s. So we'll leave that there just in case it plays out, but we'll drop down to a lower time frame. If it gets messy, I'll remove it. Yes, it's getting messy, so I'll remove it. Okay, so if I'm zooming into the NQ now, right, so you can see now we're getting a little bit of momentum coming off of that level. So not quite tapping in. Sometimes it's a few cents off. You give it a little bit of leeway, just if I'm messing around with the zoom on the charts and stuff. But right now, on the smaller time frame, let's start to move this in, because actually, there we go. Okay. So we need to be aware that that level's there, because it's been there from this swing low to that swing high, right? So that's still a valid level, but there's a more recent one. So just if we've drawn that low to high, where's this one coming in? Okay, so it's down here. So now we know that even if we start to break lower with aggression, right, we've got another hidden pull directly below. So we're actually stacked. From the top side, we have a pull here and a sell pull here. We now have a buy pull here and a buy pull here. So it's looking more and more like you're going to get stuck between those two levels today, and that we should be trading kind of off of these levels. Unless you just get... Have we got news? No, I think that news is done. Unless we get literally a severe crash straight through... a dump straight through one of these levels and a pullback, and then you're off down to the downside, all right? So, is there anything... Let me just take a quick look at EVAX. Right, so EVAX has just come off of that level. I'm going to switch my scanner alerts back on, just to see if I hear any alerts of EVAX being thrown out on me again. So this held that first liquidity pool level and it started to turn around. That might be good for a trade to the upside. Okay, so EVAX could be a little starter position here to put on at 440s somewhere, but that's generally holding. So let's see if those blues on the averages can hold that EVAX. RVSN. Okay. So RVSN is pushing into benchmark 1. So that's what I was saying right now. So we've literally already tried it then. Look, I was busy with the NQs. So it's pushing. Here we go. Right, so see that top in volume coming in. Okay. So I'm still in that trade. I'm probably going to cut some right now and take some profit, unless it can push higher really, really quickly. So this is where I'm looking at these red stair steppers here to hold this. If they, and again, it comes in. I don't know if you can hear that or not. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, so it's pushed again. Come on, come on. Can we get some more volume on that? I'm going to trail that pretty close. Okay, I'm out. Right, so I'm out of that early. And the reason I think it's early is because when those alerts start shouting that ticker at me, it generally... Game's on. It generally means that that's institutional volume coming in. The chances of it being retail are pretty slim. But what I do know is that these highs previously on pre-market were not at the benchmark. We've just tapped in to the benchmark. Now, RVSN has been working. I've been watching this for days, and it's been working these levels all the way through, right? So remember when I was saying we don't get involved in this first manipulation zone. Only when we've broken out of it do we start to think, yep, this trade looks good. We then come down to the liquidity pool, which is the green box in the middle of the yellow box. That's a beautiful trade there at 150, but it got held by the seller's hold liquidity pool. It comes back down again and tests that zone again, then fires off with volume yesterday, comes down to the liquidity pool again, and I didn't take it at 186. It was flashing me right, staring in the face, and I thought, yeah, I'm not going to take that overnight. And what does it do overnight? It goes from 2 to 350. Anyway, at least we've got in today. I was in this from 326 to 393, and what I'm looking for is, I'd love benchmark 2, but I've literally closed my full position because of benchmark 1. What's shouting off at me at the moment? Okay, game at 162, and EVAX, which I just said was curling up. All right, so what am I going to do now? I know I have the backside of these sell liquidity pools here, so come back down to test them. If they hold, we could well rally up further into benchmark 1 midpoint or benchmark 2. Okay, so that would be textbook. That's the reason I trade these smaller caps as well as the NQ. So that's what I'd be looking for there. Now, what we also have, now this has made a low, is a potential buyer's hold level just a bit lower. Okay. Oh, let me go. So ideally, I'd love this to come back to 354, even 360 to reject off. But while these red stair steppers are holding it, this could grind all day to the upside. But I'd love to see it come back to the blues, into these 348 liquidity pools. But if you hear RVSN on the scanners again, then we have institutions coming in at volume. You'd see that on the time and sales. But for the minute, if the institutions are in, they love to get in on these drops down to their liquidity pools, because they're hidden liquidity pools driven by the institution. So if anyone has Bookmap, welcome you to show those levels that are on the level 2, and you'll see that these generally don't align to those. Or if you're looking at the level 2, either way, they're the same thing. But yeah, if you see in like a 3,000 buyer somewhere, let's see where they are, because if they was at 370 and we end up reversing at 352 after taking out their price, then obviously it kind of proves they're hidden, but the orders are there. Okay, so RVSN, we're looking for a pullback. I'm going to set an alert right here at 367 and hope for 355 to get back in again for the minute. That is one profitable trade this morning on RVSN from
NXTP
326 to 402. Okay. EVAX was curling up, still is curling up. It's having trouble with the 200 moving average. So, like I say, 3 levels, 1, 2, 3. There's 3 liquidity providers here. And that's all we're looking to see if they hold this up. But obviously,
PYXS.
there was some
PYXS. PYXS.
PYXS. Just take a look at that. Okay, there's PYXS running. So this has started to run now. Wasn't much action. There's a little spike pre-market. Wasn't much action other than that. So let's take a look. See what we've got. Let's zoom out 2-hour chart. Oh, daily. Oh, wow. Okay. Nice, nice. So where I would go from here is these lows. And I'd pull that straight up. And what we're doing here, I'll say, right, we've already worked through that. Change these back to yellow when I do them. Right. Yeah, so you can see for yourself there. I'm throwing these levels in. That was it. So we don't trade inside the box. We was coming down long-term trend. We started to go a little bit sideways, not a lot in this box. We spiked out of it. That's our initial get it on your watch list. Go from this point here. Obviously this is coming on our scanners today, right? I'm not trying to say this was on my watch list. But what you would do is take that high from there, because this would have popped up on the 8th of December, right? It's taken this long to work out. So put it in there, and the question is, does the liquidity pool hold? And the answer here is yes, it does. Pinpoint. The first liquidity provider holds that stock up. Okay, bounce, comes back out. There's your ultimate trade right there. RVSN has come back down to that level. So here we go. It's coming from 160. Oh, don't do that. Now it's acknowledged, but blasted through now. Benchmark 1. Now remember, stocks have been keen to smack into the middle of these zones, whereas generally 368 would be my target on this. But that's what's happening today. So you would zoom out and say, right, well, okay, what is happening? Well, all through yesterday, this has been grinding. It carried on overnight. And this morning was a pre-market low, pre-market high. We don't want to chase that pre-market high or get in on the break. We want to get in down below here. So we would be looking here, not to get in pre-market. I would not recommend that. But that would be your buyer's level. So we've got the daily buyer's hold level that we're in, benchmark level that we're in here. And we know we've got to break out of that if we're going to have a chance of going to the next one. And then we hold the 2-minute liquidity pool right here. So the 2-minute liquidity pool holds, and then we're off and running today with the stair steppers holding pretty much a one touch on the blue. The stair steppers holding to the upside right now, which is why it's shouting out on the scanner, because that volume's coming in. If we're going to use, are we going to get here or here, then you'd need to cut that here. You should really take that low, to be honest. Swing high. Actually, just go open, swing low to first swing high. All right. So yeah, it could sit somewhere in the middle there. It's a little bit dubious, but yeah, there's probably a bit more to go on this. It could run all the way to 367. That would be benchmark 2. That would be textbook. But yeah, we could have this hold up at the 330s as well. Let's just check the bigger play. Yeah, oh look, that's almost in there. But yeah, that would be a chase right now. There's compared to what has been in the trade, that's a bit tight. I'm not saying there isn't. There'd be a lucky one if you could take one here. Let's see where the last pullback was. Did we haven't yet had a liquidity pull back on this since that move, have we? No, we didn't touch that. Yes, it's off. It's done. There you go. Okay, so that is all I would. I'd just keep drawing that up, drawing that up, drawing that. If we come back down to it, and we held it again, then that means it's not necessarily finished, and it could take another run. In which case, that would be 366s. Do we need to get past this little dodgy level? Sometimes it's ignored, sometimes it's acknowledged, and then see what shows up here. RVSN 383. Damn. Okay. So that at the minute coming into the back side. Let me turn the alerts back on again. So the audio's coming in now. So we held the back side of the previous liquidity pool instead of coming down to the liquidity pool. Now you can still come down to the backside of the liquidity pool, to the actual buyer's liquidity pool. All right, so let's see what happens. But that, I'm glad I covered there, because that was kind of $4 back to 360s. That's 40 cents. I didn't want to give away. Like I said, I'd rather get back in. But where is the question now? Ideally, 350s would be better for me than 380s, which may mean I risk the trade. So even if I brought it down to a 1 minute, if we were doing kind of micro levels here, if it's going to come down to 50s, fours are going to hold again. Yeah, so you have to break above this area. Don't worry about the new highs, the previous highs. You have to break this area and get through those sellers before you're going to go any higher, if that's the case today. So bearing in mind, this stock has been working it through the dailies. It hasn't just run in one day. It's been taking its time through these levels. There's a push there. ENSC's on. So yeah, big push there, full liquidity pool pullback. Sellers held, full liquidity pool pullback. Sellers, well, we spiked, but then sellers held, liquidity pool pullback. Then in the pre-market, we've gone again. The fact this action happens pre-market is an indication that the stock has institutional ownership. I wonder if I've got a scanner actually that's showing whether we've got institutional ownership. Bear with me. Institutional ownership at all. How about RBSN is up, top shorts to... Right, I'm going to add institutional ownership to see if I can't find some on RVSN. But it looks like it is playing to the upside still. Okay, so that's what we've got there right now. Is I wanted to add, so I've already taken out from, where was I? 326. So I always took out from 326 to 4 to 402. On the basis that I wanted to get on the pullback. I wanted that pullback to be into the buyer's liquidity pool, but what held was the backside of the sellers. We can still come down to this buyer's liquidity pool if this sellers liquidity pool holds now. There will be sellers looking to short this spike. Okay, so we're pushing. There will be short sellers in at this level. If we can break through them, they're going to get stopped out straight away because they'll be risking the current high of day. Okay. Current high of day. So let's just watch that play out. What have we got on? Anything else? Is it coming up? Trying to find ENSD still running. All right. Okay, it's being so noisy. I'm going to take a look at ENSC. We'll come straight back to this. Okay, that's the spike above. It's just a spike coming in. Let's see where we're at. On the 5 minute. So daily, quick look. Yeah, there is a swing on the daily, but 2 hours. Anything on the 2 hour? That's a bit messy too. Where's the lowest low? Okay, so ENSC, I've got this. Alright, I'm going to turn that off for you because it's quite clear that ENSC is has got some volume coming in. So again, I've got a scanner called Small Cap Breakers that looks for this bottom feeding type of action, right? It looks for this kind of, because if you look, what's giving you the indication here? All right, so if you come back here, the first indication, and we'll take a look at the scanners when this calms down a little bit, because this was supposed to be a pre-market session today, but I didn't start until the market opened due to some technical issues my side. So yeah, what I'm seeing here is like this volume. So look at that volume spike there. That's an institutional volume spike, but it's an indication there's better things to come for this stock. Not necessarily organically driven, but something's in play. Right, this stock is on the Nasdaq. It needs to be above $1 to be in the Nasdaq, and it isn't at 80 cents. So there's a driver to get it up, and if you look at each one of these run up, each time it runs up. So even if I just take it to these closes, here it pulls back into it. If I take it to the high, it will miss slightly, but not too bad. Yeah, no, it's fine. Right, so you take that run up. You don't want to get in as it's running up at 130s, 140s because you get slammed. What you want to do is wait for it to hit that liquidity pool. It does it twice. Once, full on run there. You see, this one would be fine because you full on run from 1 to 160 and you're getting out of benchmark 1. It does it again here, and this one you're kind of looking for the grind. It just literally keeps grinding. Now this will be the start of the initial move because it's a grind. It's not a straight up spike and back down within an hour or so. So here is where it starts to grind. Actually, the grind even gives you some heat, but from this point here, so each one of these you'll find holding, right? So if I drew from there to there, it holds here. There's a buy opportunity there. They will hold these levels all the time, no matter which one you draw, swing low to swing high, they hold. Opportunity to get in. From here to here, opportunities to get in. Spikes below on each in pre-market. Each of those spikes are in pre-market is when the liquidity comes on in that 1 o'clock time, which you need to ignore. So the closes are held, and then off you go to the races again today. So this is the strongest part of the move. It has a history of doing this wick up and wick down. what time was that? That was that was pre-market. That was pre-market. Oh no, actually 2 o'clock. No, that was post-market. No, that was, what are we on? We are on a time frame EST. So that was 2 o'clock, which is just before the open. No, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That was fine. That was a market run during live hours. 8 a.m. was a pre-market run. This was an 8 a.m. pre-market run with a second attempt in live market. We're taking another push at that level. We have to look at 217 and 246 if it's going to do a small cap play. We can take a look at the 5 minute and see where we're at. Okay, if I'm looking at a 5 minute, I want like small intraday benchmarks on, you know, over a couple of sessions, right? So where are we? Okay, now you wonder why the algos get you, eh? Because, okay, that's what we're looking at right now. That's the potential. So you will have short sellers coming in here. Oh, RVSN just putting a new high. So I think you would have short sellers coming in here. What you've got to be careful of, I'm going to turn this back on because if it starts shouting it, yeah. Okay. ENSC is still holding. Why? Because it's in the sell side pool. There will be short sellers coming in here, and I mean retail. There will be retail short sellers coming in here. Okay. So pre-market high, top. What you've got here will be people that want to long the pre-market high, but you'll have short sellers that are risking pre-market high and selling this. You also have this as a hidden sellers block of offers here that are looking to sell at this level. Price has to get through this level if we have a chance of going to either one of these. Okay, so that's the bigger time frame level. This is the 5 minute one, right? But who cares if you're getting in for 160 to 240, whichever. Just cut your winnings anywhere near there. So what have we done here? Taken the lowest price pre-market. Take the lowest price pre-market to these highs, or actually take it to the actual higher pre-market. We didn't hit the buyer's pool, right? So we didn't hit the buyer's liquidity pool. If I took it to the close, we still didn't hit it, right? So it ignored the upside. It didn't need to go back down to the buyer's liquidity pool, right? Already done, which is, you know, a good indication that it was going to run higher on the open. Now, okay, I'm going to turn this off again. We can't look at every single ticker that's spouting off there. Okay. That's going to be buy if I can grab the dots correctly. Okay, so there's one there. Now, if I drop this down to a 2 minute, if you have FOMO, right, you still don't want to be chasing these highs and buying these highs, in my opinion. It's not to say it can't rip through this seller's order block, but there's a seller's order block there. Look, it's literally, there is a seller's order block there. But if you do have FOMO, this is good for FOMO because it generally gives you, where's that? Okay. It gives you an area, although not pinpoint perfect for this one, but it gives you an area. That's where the buyers are. Okay. So when you're sitting up here thinking, I'm going for it, it's going to break pre-market highs, don't. There will always be short sellers at pre-market highs. The question is, at the minute, the short sellers didn't get paid. So the short sellers are either risking pre-market high, which is, Mark it up. Yellow's not going to work, but let's make it black. Oh, no, I won't make it black. I'll never see it again. Okay. All right. So that's the pre-market high. People were buying this stock. There's small cap chat rooms or whatever that would be trying to buy that stock. There's sellers trying to sell this. We knew if we was using this, we knew that Liquivision was basically saying, yeah, there's going to be a block of sellers at this point as well, right? Bring it up a little bit. So that was the first one from the absolute high. Yeah, here they come. See, they're coming out. RVSN still 406. RVSN still at 406. Right, so EVAX, ENNC. Let's add this to the watch. Okay. ENBC's on the horse. What am I trying to do? Draw this this zone here. Oh, I did draw it. I've just got it the wrong colour, right? I do believe. There it was. So we just tapped into it here with that wick. So that's why it's always risky to buy that push above pre-market. This is all pre-market, but that's why it's risky to get into that pre-market trade, is because we're trapped between this level and this level. Bounce, 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 even 2 bounces in the live market, and we've gone to the level again effectively. What you're finding, the stock is now grinding higher, but being held by this liquidity pool. So each one of these they're almost double bottoms, right? They're just double bottoming out each time, but then you'll see we start to stop going sideways and use the liquidity pool. I wish I had one hit green and one hit red. Okay, so there you can see, any of these is a good long, right? Any of these is a good long at this point. But what you got to be aware of is this here. Oh, I'm going to switch these on, see if we've got any institution. It will let me know if there is volume coming in here. So yeah, this 2 weeks in here, there's a buy opportunity there at 150 for 20 cents. Okay, here it comes again. There you go to the short side, right? There's them sellers, that they were sellers coming in. Now they're holding that. The question is, will they absorb? Where's our most recent level if we was looking for a buy? Would be up here now. Okay. So this is why we have problems, because for every swing there's a new liquidity pool that the algorithm is driving. So yeah, right here you've got sellers in, and if you'll come into the sellers pool, you'll come down to the buyers pool, and if you're going to run to the next level, then they will continue to hold. If you're going to break above this sellers level, the buyers will continue to hold. And that's when you know it's getting so tight right here at the moment between this one and that one, that your next opportunity is going to be 158 to 155 to buy if it holds. If it doesn't, the short is on
NCL,
because you're in benchmark 1. Okay, we've got that on the watch list. Let's have a look at EVAX. What's EVAX doing? EVAX is still holding its liquidity pool, so it curled up, tried to run, 200 held it. It's held again. It's at $4. It's tough when it's so close to benchmark 1. The trades I really love are the trades that literally, when you catch them, they haven't done this bit. Do you know what I mean? They've just done this bit. So they've spiked up on the scanners a little bit, not that high, not to benchmark 1, but to just a little way up. Then they've pulled back and this starts to hold. They're the trades I love because you have the probability on your side, because you haven't been to benchmark 1 already, that you will go to benchmark 1 first. So that's where you've got the trade from 420s to 580s on your side. And then if it runs, you get an absolute stormer to 825. So that is what we've got on EVAX. I'm going to have a look at potentially longing that if I can see some volume. I can't believe I haven't got any scanners that's giving me institutional volume right now. Here we go. Right, let's switch over to this scanner. Okay, RVSN. I'm gonna have to move it over. I've got held by insiders. Right, RVSN has a 60% holding of insiders. Insiders meaning the directors of the company, right? The staff of that company own 60% of it. There's such an interest in this stock for the staff that own this stock. I'm going to try and configure this to add a column in, and I'm going to search for institution. Right, held by institution. So I'm going to add that, and I'm then going to go to columns, and I'm going to throw that into held by institutions in there. Right, so I'm going to OK that. Okay. Now it's going to refresh. Right, let's have a look. Okay, so we've got 2.3% holding of institution. Now, if you think about it, RBSN is held by 60% of the float is owned by the directors, right, of the company. Not strictly directors, but people within, they're inside the company. That's the percentage held by insiders here, 60.5%. 2.2% is held by institutions. So you have an interest, a decent interest in this small cap stock that was at $3.40 at the lows. So it was an institutional interest from a stock that was crashing from 8 down to 3s. Now, without knowing at the minute whether that institutional ownership come in at the 3s or it was in at the 8s anyway, doesn't matter. Okay. All right, I'll take a look at you in a minute. My goodness. Got to turn it off for the minute when I'm speaking. NVVE. Remind me to look at NVVE. Oh, there's no one in the room. Never mind. There will be soon. Okay. So, I'm going to add NVVE to the watch list. NVVE. New Holding Corp. Up 54% today. All right. Anyways, where was I? Okay, so you have institutional ownership, you have insider ownership on this one. These levels are institutional levels, okay? Which makes sense that when a stock spikes and shows volume, look at this volume compared to all of the volume when it was dropping. Nothing. Let's take a look at a bigger chart here. Let's see what we got down here. Yeah, again, here, look. This spike is massive compared to everything else on the way down. And there was actually, before this, an indication there that this volume was so much bigger than anything it had ever done in the month prior, that was the trigger. And that was the point that it touched the top of the benchmark. And we're saying, oh, we're not getting in, we're waiting for that to break out. It comes back down. Okay, so if these are institutional levels, and that is why when I scan, I look for institutional ownership, that means the level should work, right? That kind of makes sense. So that is what I have done at this point, is gone for stocks that are hitting the scanners that have institutional and insider ownership. There's interests from both of them to get the stock up, Not that there's any collusion going on to do that. I'm just saying that sometimes there's, a need or a catalyst that pushes these stocks. And those catalysts can occur when there's insider ownership and institutional ownership. If there is institutional ownership, then the institutional liquidity pools will help. So that's where we are at the moment with EVAX. I'll see if that shouts at me. Let's have a look at NVVE. What's going on in NVVE? NVVE on the 2 hour. What's happening on the daily? It's just one big pre-market spike. What does it do? Right, it's just been coming down forever. Just been coming down forever. Jeez. It really has been coming down forever. So there's a huge amount of room to the upside. It had been coming down forever, and then it spiked from 18 to 100. So we're all right with that. It's also just spiked more recently from kind of 7s to 12s, 6s to 8s, and 2 to 5. So that volume's whoa, red alert. Split, a 1 to 40 split. Okay, right. That makes me more interested. Let's have a look. Okay. My guess, my theories, let's see, go along this line. Low to high. We're just shy of that liquidity pool. There is a liquidity pool down here. High to low. I'm doing this the wrong way around. I normally draw my benchmarks in first. There's a seller's level right up there. Okay. So neither pool has been touched. And remember, sometimes the institutions don't need, right? If they're in from this level down here, they don't always need to come back to the first one because they're in from these spikes down here, right? And the previous one before. So I wouldn't get in the middle. I wouldn't chase this. I would wait for it to come down here to the lowest one that might not be touched, but there is a more recent one that I would be looking at. I always prefer the lowest one because it gives you the lowest risk to reward. But there's one here too. Okay, so if I'm looking at it from more of a higher time frame perspective, I say, yeah, that would be really nice at 347. But to get there, this level would have to fail, which means then it's not as strong. It's not as aggressive in terms of going where it may need to go. Now, if I'm looking at, I just want to get a read on the lows. It's a bit difficult here. 30 minutes. I think it really kind of is just today. I mean, there's one here. It's done it. All right. So there's going to be two on this stock. One's going to be kind of what I was talking about more recently. It has, it hasn't done the big $80 run. It's done like the $5 runs. The wrong one. Okay. Right, so that's the kind of thing we're looking at if I can let it go. Right. All right. That's where we are. You can see, I won't draw them in. You can see we spiked to the first level. We spiked to the second level. We come back. If I draw that in and look for that original liquidity pool, There it is there. We come a shade below it. All right. So that's the level that we've kind of pounced off at. We are a smidge below it by about 3 cents. And then it rockets off to benchmark 1 and then comes smashing back down. And that's where we're at right now, right? Okay, so that's where we're playing. We've gone straight into benchmark 1. Benchmark 1 has got a high probability of holding for a pullback. It may or may not go to benchmark 2. But if it does, if it is going to go to benchmark 2, we want an entry where the institutions that are holding this, the 2%, and the directors that are looking to get into this at their level. And this would be it. This one here, or more so this one here. If you're going to take a stock to $7, the best risk reward is from 3s or potentially 4s. But if you break 4, everyone is definitely going to think, every retail trader will think the stock is done. If you're coming down to 350, they wouldn't expect the stock to run again. It's already been on the scanners. They wouldn't expect it to run again, but a lot of the time they do. In any case, NVVE would have been sold massively by retail short sellers at 10 o'clock. That's what we're doing. And now we're looking to see, right, this swing up, are we going to hold down here at 406 or are we going into 5s? Okay. So, can you see how we've kind of got, right, the similar pattern that these stocks are doing, right? Look, a breakout, pre-market, 2 benchmark 1, pulls back to the liquidity pool, bounce, bounce, bounce. It's held by the seller's pool, bounce, bounce, bounce. Now, can we break out of this pool? We've just literally broken out. It's grinding. Is it going to ignore this pool? If it does ignore the pool, it could run to 2s. It could run to 230 to 250. If it comes back down to 150s and holds, that's where I'd like to get in from 150 to potentially 230 or 250. That's ENC for me. At the minute, it's just grinding. That would be a top chaser. Like I say, every time you kind of try and buy that breakout of the seller's hold, it can still come back for the buyer's hold level. So AVAX, we was looking at that this morning, still in. Did that have a trade since? That halted. Let's have a look. Nasdaq halts. Current trading halts. EVAX 930, 935. Didn't go again. Just get that on a 1 minute. That is odd. Try on the prop firms platform. Trade the pool. Let me see if they've got EVAX. Yeah, they've got it. What have they got it at? Wow, widespread. So I think that is halted. No, it's moving. That volume that's just so thin. There's no volume at all. Look. Let me bring this over. Look how thin the volume is here. The orders, 600 here, 100 there at 403. See what I mean? So this stock, from a retail perspective, the stock's done. No one wants it. No one wants to buy it or no one wants to sell it. The reason is because it spiked so hard, the short sellers hit it and it's game over. Even the short sellers are not interested. It's basically come back. It's like 15 cents from where it started. No one is interested. It's just been, gone and done. The question is, not necessarily today, but that is at a buyer's hold level. And it only kind of just, yeah, all right, I mean, you've got to give it, you could bring that down as, oh yeah, it did, bro, you know, but sometimes these are pinpoint perfect. And sometimes you've got to give it a little bit of leeway and say, yeah, I should be getting out just before. So pre-market higher, it dumped and it settled almost where it came from. So if this stock starts shouting tomorrow or is pre-market and starts popping up on the scanners tomorrow, then I'd be very interested because there's nothing to say this can't go from 426 to 8. So the scanners, that's where the scanners have their power in, is that they're going to alert that if this starts to spike and this level held, then there's more to do on this stock. SGMT, what have we got on here? So SGMT hit benchmark 1, is kind of holding right in the top. 15 minute. What have we got? So again, no one is interested in this today. But I would be interested. I would be interested. Did that drop? There. Alert. Okay, that's where I would be interested. I'd be interested there at 15s, yeah, 14s to 15s. I'd be looking for rejection in that area if we're going to continue to the upside. Because the sellers haven't slammed this morning. I mean, they've probably made some money on it. Let's have a look at the 2 minute. Yeah, there's a beautiful seller's pattern there. Look. Literally just spikes above pre-market highs once. You get a second go at it at 10 o'clock. Back down. On the 2 minute, each one of these. So yesterday's price action, every institutional level held by the looks of it. Yeah, so one there. There's a level here. Level there, bounced across. Now we've come back down. So yeah, that's why we've come below that level today. The bigger level is here. Like we said, that's a buyer's hold level if we can get it. At the minute, it's just trending down on SGMT. CXAI. Oh, beautiful. Didn't I say that was over? What a beautiful short sell. What a beautiful short sell. That was my short sell yesterday. It done it again today. I should have paid more concentration on that. That run up, that candle there, we should have been short of 159 all the way down. Beautiful short sell there. RVSN. Okay. RVSN. Ooh. Turn on those audibles
Thanks.
or audio alerts. Okay. So remember we said it's got a breakout of that seller's hold level in order to do it. Well, there it is. It didn't come back, which is an aggressive move, right? It didn't come back to the buyer's hold, which means there was enough accumulated at this level and at this level for it to continue to push. It's still in benchmark 1. Benchmark 1 can be game over. So we're watching because benchmark 2 is at $4.50. You got another $2.50 there, potentially, if this grinds. So what I'm going to listen for is I'm going to listen for the market to come in. The market, so when it starts going off and the alert starts shouting out RVSN, RVSN, that's what I'll be looking for. So this is still live. That's still valid because it didn't come and get it. But we have a more recent one, which instead of drawing from here because it didn't come and get it, it was here to there. So now we have a higher one, which could have been just shy, right? It's just almost there. Oh. So there is the next one on RVSM. All right. So we'll listen out and see if that starts popping. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, look, they went straight into the blues and didn't hold that. The break of that would have been a beautiful order at 413 up to 470. Wonder if we get that again. We'll see. I'd rather buy down here than at 480. Let's see if that volume comes in. All right. Let's have a look at the futures again. In Q, not applicable. All right. Okay, so that is, as we said, there is a seller's hold level here. At this point, I'm going to leave it there, but you could give it the 3 points or 3 handles that it is actually off. But yeah, the buyer's hold level held perfectly, and it's attempting, and in fact, it's buyer's hold all the way. I mean, it's sideways, but look, buyer's hold actually. So buyer's hold there. The next swing, buyers hold there, and the next swing, buyers are potentially holding here, right? So every time buyers have hold. But what defines a sideways market is the opposite, sellers hold. Okay, come to the next one. Sellers hold twice. So that is why we are engaging in sideways markets, because all right, because we're just locked in between each of these liquidity pools that are appearing that the algo is placing institutional orders at. So overall, let's see what we've got on the 2 hours. Right, yeah, so as I said before, there was a level up here that we've just tapped into. My bias is really to the downside and until that red level breaks. So sellers hold right now. As soon as we fail this level here, this green one here that's flashing right there, that is going to be a sell. If that fails, then you're coming down. It's not necessarily today, but if that fails, you're coming down to 17,300 there. Get rid of a couple of these. Let's see, is there anything moving? Here it comes. It's just failed the smaller swing. Got this one to hold. So it come into once, it come in twice almost. You got 7,422 to hold down here. All right. Let's see, we're going to swing. So if I'm doing, like, the algorithm runs all the time on all time frames. Okay, so here we're looking, we've just broken out of that manipulation. That's why we're breaking through the liquidity pool, because there's levels lower and there's a level down here. So benchmark is kind of aligned with there's the benchmark. What's going on? It's not changing. Okay. Right, so now you're playing a 1 minute benchmark game, right? So target 1, 90%, target 2, 80%, the benchmark 1, we're in the 70s. But like I said, once you've hit that target 2 level, you can come all the way. Oh, there you go. No, it's going for it. Okay, that's fine. So it's coming back down into that pool. Now, is this the start of what is going to be a breakout? We're going to jump to that 2 hour again and clear all those benchmarks off. Okay. This level here, if that level breaks, you can come all the way down to here and all the way down back to your benchmark 2, and your liquidity pool sits down there. So yeah, that's nice. That's playing nice. It's just broken the first buyer's hold. We know there's 2. So will it go? Will it play out like that, and then hold? So is today's session going to be that? Is the question. Anything below that? No. Or if that fails, you could trend for the rest of the day. Okay, so the other option is that. There, all the way down. Okay. So yeah, some nice sells up there. Let's look. What do we got? Anything that's coming into lunchtime soon. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the NQ here. All right. So yeah, horrible morning on the NQ again. The only trade that played was where's that overnight? This is UK time, so excuse the wrong time. But yeah, the only really trade that played was the top of the manipulation zone on the overnight, which was pinpoint perfect. That's the trade you want to take. You see a little 2 minute, 5 minute rejection bar up there. Look at that. No heat at all on that play. Yeah, that play. Let's have a look. Doing, man. It's done it again. What? It's done it. Yeah. So buyers held every single one. I imagine this one. The power of this is incredible. Like literally, you're just buying at the green box. That's it. Buying at the green box. And this was the most recent one. What happened here? No, it's not the most recent one. That was the most recent one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, no, it's this one here. Okay, and then it fails, right? Because that's the trade. Now look what you're doing. You're testing the backside of that zone. Bum, bum, bonk, bonk, bonk. Done. So the question is, do we remain like that going into lunchtime? What time is it? 11:20. So we know we've already done this on TradingView. So there's that level up there. Yeah, there's no trend indication here. The only thing while I switch over to Ninja while I'm doing this from a prop firm perspective is there is nothing to play here with the NQ. You're going to get stopped out so many times with any other bias other than knowing that you are trapped. I'm just going to take a look at a couple of the small caps here.
TSBX.
Okay. I'll come back to
TSBX.
So TSBX taking the money, bear with. BX or PX? I think I heard B. Right, daily. Quick look. Ooh, Chop Fest. Gets a liquidity injection every day, that stock. Where are we at? $2. Nothing on the news. Yeah, I don't like that. It's a new company. Not much data. So it's IPO'd up at $12. It's now down sitting at $2. That's not unusual for biotechs. The lowest low sitting down there. What has it got on it? Don't think. Institutional. I don't know why I've lost all my institutional ownership on my scans here. Okay, so TSBX, I've no interest in that today, but it has put in some volume spikes along this base. So I'll check the institutional ownership, but if it does go, and I don't think it's going to be today, but if it did go, you can see that that pool is holding right now. Holding. This didn't. This failed. This one failed. Went new lows. Yes, if you follow these across, buyer's hold level fails. Across. Starting to hold, you see. Starting to hold. Bit of a fail, but if we can get... So that's why I'm not really interested today. But if that can go... And this is why the manipulation zone is so important, is if I get that scaled in to fit what will happen and pull that level again, taking the lows to the highs of that level that now seems to be holding here is, if it shows up again, not interested today, not interested in this manipulation box because it can literally go bang, 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 not interested. If it's going to commit to the upside with institutional ownership, it's got a potential $12, $13, $14 on this 250 stock. I'll bring it down in, I'll redraw because I've just reduced that scale to get the same in, so I can fit benchmark 2 in. All right, so TSBX is having some volume again today, another volume spike. on the daily. That's its potential, but it's got to break out. You can put it on the watch list, but TSBX has got to break out of 462. Even though the lowest risk entry is like literally here, because you're in that liquidity pool, but you could easily fail it to the downside at 36. So we don't want that. So it's best to wait for a break up, then the first pullback, then you can go. So realistically, you're looking for maybe anywhere between, once it's broken out, if it comes back to 4, we're good, we can do that, but we want it to break out of this zone first. So yeah, it's not the highs, it's not the 376 number or the 380 number, it's got to be above there. So it's popped up on the scan, we can keep an eye on it, but no interest today on TSBX or W for later. Okay, back to, have we got anything to do on the NQ? All right, on the NQ, I have right, it's not held that level. If you want to get down to where the algos are when the market's like this, you have to drop down to ticks. And this is where you really kind of can see what happens. Even this looks awful today. I mean, God dear. But in this sideways action that's going on at the moment, let's just grab the NQ back on trading view where we draw our levels. See where we're at. Okay, yeah, so right, so we did break the buyer's hold level. See how I drew these lines earlier, right? So we broke that level, we come back to it, we are moving down this line here. So I would favor a sell down to the kind of 1430 area right now. And if we, like I said, if we go breaking this buyer's hold level and this benchmark, then it's a free for all to the downside, which may or may not happen today. But getting back to it, same stock, same futures contract on a March contract. I'm going right. So in sideways markets, if we look back, this is a 200 tick chart, right? So if we're looking at these swings and this is where like the algorithm kicks in. I can look at it on a 2-hour chart and draw these levels. I can look at it on a 1-hour chart, a 5-minute, a 15-minute, and I don't track all of them. I basically look at the 10 or 15 minute for the session. I look at the 2 hours for extended bias, and then 2 minutes generally. But if I want to get into a trade, sometimes to just play with the market, if I've got FOMO and I just want to trade something, but I want it to be fairly decent, then it's this, right? Because the same thing works. And on the NQ, you can still make money on it, funnily enough. It's like the NQ is volatile, even in its sideways markets. When you drop down and look at what's making up your 2-minute candle or your 1-minute candle, you can see what's happening. So look, there it is, right? So we have a little spike up, and while we're here, let's say what's going to stop this downtrend, right? What's going to stop the downtrend? Because all the while the market's trending down, in definition of liquidity pools, is it breaks the buyer's hold liquidity pool, right? So every time bring that over, right? So just to show the power of what we got here, seller's hold works, pays out massively. Even in this isn't a sideways market, but there's enough money in NQ to do it, right? So seller's hold works from that swing high to that swing low. Let's bring it in again. This latest swing high to this swing low. There it is again. We pull back, it works again. Now you can drop it down. This one, this one. Swing high to swing low, pause it. You've just got what if you're not drawing the pulls in and knowing that the pulls are getting filled, those orders are confirming and being filled, then you're always saying, oh, this is the swing high, this is the swing high. It's not. The swing highs are moving down and the new pulls are being hidden, right? So that's what you've got to think of when you're coming into this. So the run down, there's another sell there. So if I'm doing this to the buy side, obviously I shouldn't be doing any buyers because every buyer's hold liquidity pool fails. Okay, so we know that the sellers hold levels are holding, and we know that every time we do buy side, it fails. Every single time we do buy side, it fails. Even here again, it fails. Now, look, the first one, the first time it holds after this downtrend, it holds once and it holds twice. Now let's move it along again. Next swing, low to high, it holds. Yeah? Now look what's happening to your sellers. Your seller's hold levels fails. I don't know whether you can see this so great. I'm going to change this seller's hold level here. Get advanced. Get some. Okay. Right. So you can see a bit more clear, right? Right. So this last one holds. Okay. Right. So there's your risk. That level there. If that level fails, then you're looking for it to come back to a buy liquidity pool. This level holds, but you're drawing now buys because that buy held. Okay. So you're looking to know, okay, well, does this buy hold? Kind of. It gives you a little bit of grief, but that's the last sell that held. The bigger one. The smaller one failed. The bigger swing held. Now come across this one. It failed. Comes back to the backside of it. Not only does it come back to the backside of it, but buyers hold. Now look at that move. So it's just changed. The market has just changed the definition from a downtrend to an uptrend. Let's bring it across. That swing low. Now these, no, just carry on. That's one swing. There it is. Buyers hold. Come across. Buyers hold. Next one. Buyers hold. Next one. Buyers hold. Next one. Oop. Buyers hold. Buyers hold. Right. You do have a sellers in here, right? You do have this swing. You have a seller's hold level, which is why you get the once, twice, 3 times in, and then it fails, right? You don't get a lot out of that seller's liquidity. That's still money, and like it's from, you know, you can still make some money on this little push down, but that's not what we're after. That's a failed seller's hold. Sellers failed to hold the level, so you're still continuing to go with your buys. It just confirms you're on the right side of the market still. All right, and then this is the last one that held. 1, 2, 3. We break. So you've seen the break. Before the break, Was there a seller's hold level? Yes. Yes, there is. Sellers held. Next swing. Whichever one you want. First one or second one. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Yeah. So the market's telling you, oh, a minute, you've had a buyer's hold level fail and your seller's hold levels have started to hold. So I should be selling. I shouldn't continue to start to carry on buying this market. I should simply draw each visible swing and take the sell every single time. There must be 20 trades here that we've gone through or more of every swing. And where do you get out, right? Okay, so where do you get out? That's fine, but how do you know whether to hold this all the time? It's coming back to you all the time, and that's right. So for every swing, if I got in here, I'd target the manipulation zone. Right? That'd be my target. So I got in here, that's the next swing. Yeah, this one, you can put your targets just before, it's fine. That's the next swing. Takes 1, 2, 3 swipes at it, and then starts to pull off. But that's how you can work it. And this one, enter, go in there. Now you're just off, right? You've got the one below that's working, but you can sell them all the time. And when you're talking NQ, you just take the pips. It's just like there's got to be $300-400 there on a contract or two. And again, the sell failed now. Okay, the seller's failed. So if the seller's failed, start to draw and check the buyers. So that certainly didn't. So it was still sellers in, still the sellers holding that market. Now the buyers are in. The buyers have just taken charge of the NQ at 11. So there is a double bottom into the liquidity pool. Just draw it again. Every single one, the close of that bar will hold. So buy there. Bring it across. Next swing, there's a buy there. So when you're on the tick chart, the tick chart builds the time charts. The tick charts build the time. And when the market is, when the NQ is just doing what it's doing now, on the time chart, you're getting chopped up. But if you've got the ability to draw these levels and you identify every swing, right? You can't see that swing on a time chart on a 1 minute. If you're doing it in seconds, if you're on TradingView and you've got their 10-15 second charts, you can see them then. That's great. Then use the second charts. But that's how the algorithm is constantly pulling back and providing extra liquidity and direction. Because for every pull that's held, there's a trade until it fails. So this one here, there is no pullback, right? You just carry on drawing, carry on drawing, carry on drawing. Now this failed to get here. So you pull from this low, but this is still a valid level. Now when you get to this level, buyers fail. So you look to the downside because you can get aggressive selling, but it doesn't mean you can't go, right, I'm looking for another trade. Here we go. Did I get it here? Go to the top. There's the last buy. That's the last buy that works before you drag this to the top and you're taking every one. See, swing, 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 right? Every one of them holds. We'll just bring it down. Every one of them holds. So your sellers start to hold. And if you take that swing, you wick above it, but your sellers hold that level. And that's your first indication of saying, I'm changing my bias because the buyers have stopped holding this market. the buyer's liquidity pools have stopped. I'm now getting sell liquidity pools coming in. So the sell liquidity pool that works here is your first indication that the market could turn in the direction, and you should go with it. Look how quickly you would be in it. If I look at that on a time chart, let's just draw a rectangle around this a sec. Let me get, if I can pull the scanners up. Right. If I just draw, sorry, I need to draw a rectangle like just around this bit here, right? I'm saying like this was the point that we knew sellers held. This is the point if it breaks on a buyer's hold, right? Because your buyer's hold is here. Okay, and the point it breaks. So let's put a vertical line there to identify that, like between here and here is where I'm thinking of changing my bias, and we're identifying that on a 200 tick chart. If I'm changing my bias from long to short, and bear in mind you're scalping here, but you're scalping for $200 a time on the NQ. Now let's have a look at a 2 minute, which I would normally look at. There's absolutely no indication. There's no indication between those two lines what is going on. You do have a wick. I grant you have a wick, but there are wicks everywhere in this sideways market. You can't go with the wick. But you can go with, the 2 minute is going down. But if you're trying to sell the 2 minute chart on any of these, you're getting stopped because the market's not going anywhere. So we had, a good 20 or 30 scalps in there that were correct pinpoint every time on a 200 tick chart. On 100, it will be even more defined. But you've got to ignore volume on ticks. So, yeah, so that is where we actually get, it looks aggressive on the ticks, but you actually get paid some decent money on that run. As soon as you identified that was going to the new low and the buyers failed, that's your entry right there. Yeah, because buyers failed here, short, and you had an increasing chance there on any one of these where all the sellers were holding. Sellers hold, sellers hold, sellers hold. This one here. That was a beautiful entry there, and you'd have got paid very nicely. And like I said, you just keep following this down. And they come in. So it's just identifying that if the algo's working on each swing, then you need to. So I'm not saying that this all the way down isn't a swing that's going to hold some liquidity. It may well do, isn't it? Zoom out and see if it did. Okay, because this is your time swings, right? And they do work. So you can say, all right, okay, it went from there to there. That's a valid time swing. On a perhaps on a 2 minute or a 5 minute chart, you could draw that on and price can come back to it. We'll move this over here. Okay. Right, that is valid. But what you've got to also understand is if you're looking to get into a trade, every swing runs the algo. That every swing is an algo, and it puts in hidden liquidity pools every time. And that is the one there that continues your downtrend. And every time you see it pull back to a red one, draw another one with the next down leg. If it doesn't hit, it's getting aggressive. But you don't ignore every time it does it, because it will do it time and time again. And that's where people go wrong with the NQ, is because every one of the, look at the new low, every new low pulls back to the pool. So you're getting short on a new low, bang, you dinked out because how volatile that risk is. You've got to get out because you can't afford for it to run back to this level, which you may or may not know is there, right? But you know what the NQ can run like. You can't afford, especially on a prop firm account, you can't take that risk because that is $1,000. That is your risk for the day and your cut. So what you've got to do is keep it in these confines to say, I'm only ever selling pullbacks where the liquidity pools are telling me I'm in a downtrend or I'm in an uptrend. And as soon as they change, so this one here to here, that's your last sell liquidity pool that works. It's your last buy liquidity pool that fails, right? For every sell liquidity pool that works, your buy liquidity pools confirm the downside because they fail. So here again, another fail, but that was the last one. Next time you draw the sell side failed. Yeah. It failed because we had many closed, like one or two closed bars above it. So that's the point. You go, all right, okay, let's change that now. Let's take the low. Let's look for buy liquidity pools. There it is. The market has just changed trend at that point. And this is the one that you're taking. And granted, you've got the transition phase, right? You've got the transition phase where your first buyers holders just worked, and now your sellers holders just worked. So that's either going into a sideways market or you need to break this sellers hold pool, and it does. So that's where we now start going fine. Here we are. This was quite an aggressive run up. Your time zone is there, right? Your time zone is there. If this is not a sideways market and we're still going to trend on a tick level, then price is going to come down to here. Let's draw another control F12. So that would be our buyer's hold level right now. Okay. And if we look at that, we'll wait and see if that pops in. While it does so, let's look at the time chart. The time chart on TradingView. Okay, so we double topped into this, excuse me, the seller's hold level on the time chart worked. And we said we could potentially go sideways. We have this one playing out at the moment where I said we can tap into here. It comes up here and it goes sideways. That's what it's doing now. It's tapping in twice. What we're really waiting for is, can we do this one? Because that's where the money is to the downside. That's the one we want, right? On a time frame chart. That's what we're looking for, which most people trade the time frame chart, right? So in terms of retail. So that's what we're looking at the time frame is. Yes, we transitioned on the tick chart down here. We could see it transitioning. There's been opportunity to the upside. We're knocking our head into an old buyer's hold level that failed and has failed twice now. So the time chart is telling me I want downside, right? I want downside. The tick chart on Ninja is telling me at the minute your buyer's hold levels are working. We haven't quite tapped into this one yet. Let's see if we was to use a cheeky little benchmark. Right, so you've got a seller's hold level here that's just worked, all right? So we could be in transition. But the bottom of this is very close to the pull. So I always like them. All right, let's see. Here we go. Look, let's pull this one. So one seller's hold level on the tick chart worked. Here's another seller's hold level. We didn't go into the buyer's hold level. For me to look to short, for me to look for a buy, I'd want it down at 443 at least. I'd like it in this box. 744250 would be nice. For it to get down there, this seller's hold has got to work. We know there's a level up here that the tick chart wants, that the time frame chart necessarily doesn't want. So, and it's so tight at the moment. That's why you're you're really better off sitting on your hands until we can get that breakout of 174 kind of 2030 area. So okay, there it comes. Sellers are holding. Are they going to hold to the buyer's level? If so, there could be a short on from 7450 1 to 41, like 10 handles. So, and like I said, right, this one's down here. We've just put in a new swing. You can draw boxes forever on the tick chart, and they work, but you have to continue to draw them to get your buyers because there'll be one here. Like literally, and that's how tight it can get. So buyers just held that level, sellers are holding the one above because this area is so tiny. But that's just it. That's when you're kind of like, do I really want to play this now? It's not to say it won't work out, but the number of handles you can get out of a trade becomes very tight, especially if it's going to push for this level here. Right, so now the sellers have just fouled. We didn't tap into the buyer's block, which gives you an indication they don't need to go there, right? So now are we looking at the time chart play out? So even if we took the bigger tick swing here, it's still fouled. You've got a double top in place, which is fine. From a time perspective, this is our old buyer's hold. The sellers is still just above. Okay, so that is it. There's a potential long on, but purely on the basis that has failed, right? But that's how when you look at it like this, it's the equivalent. When you look at the tick chart, it's the equivalent of looking at time and sales. Time and sales, which is obviously here. Because when you look at when you're trading the level 2, these liquidity pools aren't on the level 2. You'll see, I mean, there's liquidity everywhere, right? But the hidden ones don't show up on the level 2 feeds or stuff like Bookmap. When you compare the two, they're not always there. But see the volume that's come in as soon as you failed that level. And that's the trade to the upside. Unfortunately, I wanted the lesser risk trade down at 143. I wanted that pull. I wanted 1442. But it both works. But failures of the level work, and price coming into the level and rejecting work. Of what's working to the upside. Each of your buyers hold levels are working, and even if they don't meet, it's not to say it's still working, right? It's not telling you the opposite. It's not telling you to go short. It's just they didn't need to come down to this pull. This pull worked enough for it not to come down all the way. And if I went down to 100 chart, there would be a level in here I could see that did work for that. So, but I'm not gonna. Let's just keep pulling on the 200s, and then you say, right, well, fine. This level is still valid because they never took that pull out. But control 12, if we're still in an uptrend, I'm going to continue an uptrend, that level is going to hold. And we know time frame wise, we've still got this level holding up here. So that's what they're gunning for. And let's bring trading view back over. There it is. It's coming into your time level again. Right there. Okay. It's just so close, just sitting on top of the previous one. Like I said, you keep drawing them once, twice. That's a confirmed level. This is the new one. You'd effectively take the extend right off of that. Now, how far I've extended it out. Yeah, over there. Right, so that one, all three levels were played, right? Once the one in the middle, one in the top. They were all played so that that level's done. What you have now is this level from that high to that low. This is the new one. That's the new one. That's the red one. That's the one you're looking for. That's why price has gone in there. That's why we drew this. I mean, we literally drew this arrows. I drew the arrows, the path before. So if you look back on this stream, this was already here, right? And it's literally done, come down, went up, across. Well, let's see if it does. But now the option is down and can meet up with this somehow, right? Or it breaks, right? If it breaks, it breaks. The bias carries on. We've got the level up there that has yet to be tapped into. But that was it. The two options were this pattern here. So in 1, 2, 3, hold, come back up, then do whatever, or foul the bias hold level, come down, come back to it, and then woohoo, off to the downside. Let's see what we got. Let's go back to the tick chart in a sec. So we know we've got this level in here. We're in that level there. So let's see what is happening. So you've got this here. Neither of those two have been touched because we've got a little bit aggressive on the ticks. There we go. Buyers hold this level. That level's got a foul if we're going to get to this one. Just keep on drawing them in. Yes, you've had that push. You've had that little bit of acceleration, if you can call it that. Had that push and nothing doing right now. You could just bounce between these two for a little bit, right? But for sure, this level has to fail to get to there because that's a pool of liquidity sitting there. Okay, now, if this keeps on going to the long side, the question is this going to grind up? If so, where can I get in? And the answer is at pullbacks. All right, because like I said, every swing is going to work. Now, I don't like that sideways. That's too much for it. I'd rather just say, yeah, it's just above this one here. Keep that one there. Otherwise, it's just too micro. But I prefer this one. That would be lovely. It's got this one again. But if we come down to this one, I'd like somewhere between 56 and this 53 would be nice for me. Let's see if we can't get some form of rejection. Let's do a normal tick analysis. Be looking somewhere around there. Okay, so that is there. Okay. So we've only had the one stock trade so far. Okay, so I would like to short that. We're coming in that level. We've got this one to hold. Because we've got to see that change. It's got to confirm the change by saying a seller's hold level works. Yeah, it's got to say, all right, I'll give you that. Which at the minute, this is so small. Oh, that's a bit bigger. That would be your red. Yeah, so the minimum is that's got to hold. But to the minute, the buyer's hold's just held, right? So still to the long side. But if the seller's hold can, and then you get trapped, and then one breaks, then good. You've got to do it. There's a seller's level that just held there, right? The first seller's hold level that's worked in this trend, suggesting this could turn around. But you've got to break out of that zone. Yeah, and you're just going to want to get in and go, oh, anticipate it, right? I've just gone in, but you're in an uptrend because the buyers haven't failed that. That's why you're straight away out of the money. Straight away out of the money. It's now luck if this level fails for you because you're in an uptrend. So you should never have hit that. I should never have hit that button on the expectation because it's confirmation of uptrend, and green bars out of a buyer's liquidity pool is what you want. You've only had one tiny seller's order block fail, and we know that they fail when you're in an uptrend, right? When the buyers are holding, sellers fail. Now, are we timing it right to get down to this level? I don't know, but yeah, okay. There's a little yeah, okay, all right. So there's your first buyer's hold level that's failed. Do you get any momentum off it? You're literally in a place where people would buy that recent high. Look, there they are. So, and this is a sideways market. The chances of me top ticking pretty much the time frame chart here, see, and you come back. So I've got no interest unless, yeah, look at that. So see, that is where I would have, if I was buying without knowing the liquidity pools, that's where I would have bought. The question is it the turn? Can that buyer's hold fail properly? It is failed now. All right, so stop right in there. That will probably get taken out because it's the NQ. Double bottom into there. Let's check we've got this drawn in correctly because we've had new highs since. Yeah, so we've had, because we last drew this low to that high, it's now up there. Okay. All right, so I'll have that. I want that.
Target filled.
Okay. So there's the trade there. And we're scalping, right? We're scalping on the tick chart. There is a higher time frame. If you look at what's happened on our time frame charts, we've gone into that seller's order block on the time frame. And we're on the back side. What's this one? This one failed before, didn't it? This one's finished because it's failed all the way through, right? So that one failed this swing. That was there to there. That failed. And we didn't do the back side of it. That's all finished now. That's negated completely. Okay. On the time frame, you'll see you had a swing here, there. See, there it is. See, you've got to work with your well, best to stick to one, really. I'm just trying to show you that the tick chart, that the algorithm runs throughout. It doesn't matter what time frame you're on, it works, right? Each of these are liquidity pools. They work until they don't, and then that's what confirms the other trade. In a sideways market, your time levels, they're both working, right? Because you're trapped. When you're trending, either because you're scalping on a tick chart here, you're scalping on a tick chart, so your trend is smaller, right? This is your trend, and that's your trend. Then you're taking money out of exactly the same thing, though. And what you've had here is a seller's, the first seller's hold level worked, the first buyer's hold level failed, but we come smack straight down into this one, right? So this is still a good buyer's hold. If you like, micro failed, macro holds. This is the macro swing. These are micro swings on the tick chart. So your micros failed. So now there's a potential another one on here because it's going to try and get down to this level again. Okay. Actually, do I redraw that to the highs? Because that is a little bit higher, that box, I think, now. Yeah, because we had new highs, right? So previously I drew it to here, which is why it's there. And then it's come across and across and across. So that's why you've got it there. It's come twice into that level right now. So this is kind of decision time, right? This is decision time. If you can't hold this, then you're off to the downside, or at least a gap between 50 and 43. For a minute, everything's still up, and this major, well not major, but bigger time frame is holding. But there's definitely a bit of transition going on here on the NQ. Let's see. Yeah, nice. Nice. It's pushing. Yeah, so see how that's playing out now. Look, see. There was the next one, yes? So sellers held. Look at this swing. From this high to this low, sellers held. Sellers held. Right, so now that's what I'm tracking, right? I'm going to copy. Can I do that? Yeah. Right, there you go. And then I'm going to do it again, because if we start to fail these, another one here. From there to there, there's another one here. Yeah, they're all pretty much the same size of pool because the swings are adhering. Just getting downside swings at the moment. So this box can look like it's holding right now, but this box is, if sellers hold it, it can continue to the downside, and then you've got a gap. So let's see if we can, because that, right, straight into one, straight to the top of it. Can it reject off it or no? Or is it, or we've just got buyers hold?
Order filled.
Right, I'm smack in the middle of it. I'm not waiting. Again, I've done it because the sellers hold levels work. That's a big, they're going to take some risk there. See, which I shouldn't have taken because buyers have held. Buyers have still fought that last level down. Look, absolutely fought the last level with aggression. There you go. That is still a buyer's market.
Stop filled.
That's it. I have to take it. I can't let that go because it can go all the way to the top. And like I say, on prop firms, you can't let that go all the way. Question is macro, right? So this is a red macro. I'm going again. Going again. So that red. Did I not draw it in? Oh, come with me. All right, that's it. Now I want a buyer's hold level to fail. I've got a new buyer's hold level. It's this green one here. That's it. That's where I want. And if not, this is not a transition, right? Buyers have just held this level. It's easier to do it with color. Ninja Trade, you have to do everything. There's so many clicks to get something done. There. Let's delete these off because they're old. Well, they may still be calling congested, but they're done. So sellers held. Sellers currently held. Sellers held this one, but it's finished. Macro buyers hold. Macro sellers hold. We are making an assumption that we're going to sell off, or at least I am, because I'm short a lot, or short one lot. Then this is the trouble with NQ, is that every move is, as readable as it is, when you get into that transition period before it's actually running, like this is the nice one to get when it's out of transition. What we're doing at the moment is kind of fighting this kind of transitional period. But once it's confirmed, that's the nice place to be in, because then you get your continued movement. But the minute I'm certainly anticipating, again, this is held, right? Because we've got a brand new one. Look, it's literally going tick to tick. I want this to fail because I want it downside, but it's not going to do it. You've just got buyers hold levels are working, sellers hold levels are working. So unless I get a major injection of liquidity here from retail and from institutions, this is going to hold, right? Again, it's held again. And then if we're fearful for our buyer position, we've got to say, right, well, we've got a new seller's hold level. It's up there. So we're going to have to risk it coming all the way back and taking our $100 like it just has done, because the next level of liquidity, that's where it is. That's why the NQ is so kind of scary, is because even on a tick chart, these levels are $100 or $200 away, and that's a fifth of your risk if you've only got one lot on a mini. So we should have taken our money. We should have taken our 150, whatever it was, at 154, because that's at once, twice, 3 times we've held that buyer's level. Our sellers have been holding, but if this last one fails, then you've got to pop to the upside. And it may be a short-lived pop, but you've got to pop nevertheless. So that's generally why if I trade these, I'm zooming out, I'm looking at a 30-minute swing or a 15-minute swing, I'm cutting those liquidity pools, and when I'm waiting for price to come into it, and when it does, I'm looking for the rejection, and then I'm taking that trade there. What we're doing here is how the market works. It's how it's all constructed. But again, we are literally at risk of losing $100 every time we enter, just because we get trapped between these pools and there's nothing. Then we can't get out, right? You just want this level to fail, because that's where we get paid. If not, I should be taking $100. I should be taking the $100 right now. Right? Should be taking it, but I want the level to fail. But every time it's going to go back and create a new pool. Every time. So it wants to come back now to 59.25 again. If it doesn't need to, then job done. I might have half the chance. But at the minute, look at this action, this sideways action. Take your $85. Okay, here we go. Buckle up. Let's buckle up. Come on. Help me. Come on. Don't know where that was. Come on, we want it to move now. Drop, 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 drop. Here we go. Come on. Trade the pool. Seems to be helping. Oh, maybe not.
Order filled.
All right. Buyers hold. Still in there. New sellers. New sellers drawn. Can this one hold? There it is. Can it hold? Double bottom into buyers hold. Come on. Oh, here we go. Sellers hold again. So even that risk there, 59, like if you're looking for the first red bar out of that, that's 55 to 50, there's 4 there, isn't it? So you got to take some risk. This is the first, so first we're over here, 4th time. 1, 2, 3, it's the 4th time we're in this zone. And you would think, oh, that's it, it's got to go this time. It's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I deleted one of these boxes. The 4th time sellers hold has worked, but this bigger swing level is still holding. And I've got this one sitting down here saying, come on, come to me, come to me. Will it though? So it just edges down every swing. It's just micro little swings that are holding. They're working. But when it's like this, you've got to be willing to take your $80 and just wait for the next one, because the next one's like, it's not 2 minutes away, is it? 30 seconds away. Just checking out our stocks, keeping an eye on the stocks here while we're looking at the NQs. SGMT, CXR has got to be finished for the day. That second double top, that was a beautiful double top there. ENSC is coming back. Oh, if I'm not gonna change the chart, because if this drops, I want to try and get this. Like, so I'm gonna move it. It doesn't matter if I move it over, but I don't want to draw on box. So we're in it. Buyers have held 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in this zone now. So 5 good longs for your $100 there. And the sellers have held each time as well. Now there's one more here. Come on. Are we going to go? I've got to risk something here. Come on. I'm going to risk that. I'm going to risk that. It's tiny, but I'm just going to risk like 17 ticks or something, because I want this to fail. This is the gap here. Come on, not 6 times. This is what NQ does. NQ can hold 2 levels for hours. I mean, it seems like hours, but you know what I mean. Like, just dump already. I'll play that tune again. Come on. At the minute, it's just... That's it at the minute. That's it. I'm waiting for this. Now, let's have that. Come on, baby. Like, you've just taken those lows out. Let's pay me. Come on. All right. Come on, we got to come there. This is where you want to go to now. You've broken that level. Don't start testing back again. Just come straight to it. Because I know what you're going to do. You're going to want to put another level in. 115 up. Pay me. All right. It's not in the till. It's not in the till yet, so it's coming back for it, right? And this is where I want to say you have to hold, right? Not take. There we go. This is better. This is better. Come on. Come to me. Come to me. Come to my zone. Come to my zone. Oh, I'm looking away. I'm looking away because that's distressing. It's the amount of time that you wait for it. Come to me. Come to me. The pool is in. It's nice and warm down here. Jeez. Jeez. Comes lower. It's going to come back for it. Don't think I'm not going to let you come back for it. I'm going to trowel. Come on. Look how warm this water is down there. Do you like warm water? Swimming in warm water?
Target filled.
Oh, yes. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Right. So this was feels like the OG level now, doesn't it? It's like literally it's been there forever on our tick chart. It's probably been there for about, 49. Oh, it's been there. It's been there a good half hour, huh? So yeah, that's still valid. Let's see what we're trying to work through now, right? So that was our level that failed, right? So boom, we moved that over. That worked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. The 6th time it failed. That's why I thought I'd give it a go. And we got paid, which was nice. Oh, for a minute I thought that was in the sim. It's not nice. So if sellers are going to hold, we're going to bring this across now, right? Oh, the overlay. Okay. All right. So that's where we think it would be. Let's just bring our time. NQ. What's the time chart looking like? Yeah, okay. Let's look at the times. So to give you a clue on what that yellow level was, is this low? If we're doing it on the time chart, just there. See, it's just, well, you could argue it's this one here. That's why, right? So let me see if that filled. That one. Did that one? Yeah, it did, right? So that wick to that high. So that's your time-based equivalent. That's your time-based equivalent. Okay, so now you're going to draw to the downside, right? So if you're doing this, if we are envisaging, and this does help, because if we are going to get this break, right? This is the context of the move. If you are going to get this move here that we're suggesting can happen to the downside, if that's going to happen today, we want to know that sellers have held, right? So sellers have held once, twice, 3 times. So they're holding the market. Unfortunately, the buyers' liquidity pools are holding the market as well. So their sellers held here right now. That's the next one, right? So this can remain there for the moment, but the new one on the new swing is here. Okay, so that's where it is there. Again, still trapped though, right? But we made money in it because we knew the context based on the tick charts. If we go, yeah, there we go. We just tapped into that. Now, do we want to play that when the bigger buyer's hold level has just been entertained? Why can't I submit that? Oh, right. Here we go. So coming further in now potentially. Second little look. So the tightest trade, literally, you could go in now above there, but you've got this whole range. But this is giving you a cheeky indication it's going to sell off. So sellers hold all the way. One buyer's held, one buyer's holding, one buyer's failed. This is actually the backside of that, remember. That does go in our favour for a short.
Order submit. Order filled.
Too late to it. Shouldn't have done that, but you've still got this range up to 56, but never mind. Let's see if we can get something out of it. We just need a little bit of liquidity to come in about 30 seconds. Let's see if we can get that to the downside, because if this buyer's level held, there's another one here to get through. Where are you? Could be there. So it's not a great ad, is it, really, thinking about it, if I'd have drawn that before. 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks to change colour. So really, given the market this is, I know I'm kind of hoping it's going to dump, but really I should be targeting just only there on this trade, which isn't great, but it is rolling over. But when I look at this, it's just a sideways chop vest. Look, there's nothing. Put a line straight in the middle, it's gone nowhere. Whoops. Put that back where it was. Control Z. Yeah, so that's going to be giving me heat now, because it's got that upside to go to. Come on, baby. What's that? What's that? What have I just bought? Nothing. That's all right. I don't like this at all. Come on. Come on! Come on, have a little pot. Go on. Come on. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
Target filled.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad I had it so close. There we go. Look, it's just, I should stop looking at this. I'll get myself into all sorts. I should just wait and see if this level fails down here, because that's when you are in with a chance of getting, I don't know, 20 handles. So that's right now, as it stands, 2 buyers holds that have held. 1, 2, 3, 4 sellers holds that have held. So, but you can see how it's creating the market, right? There's like, I don't know, can you call this random? Can you call it random really though? I'm not sure you can call it random. I think when you look at something, when you look at this, right? When you look at that and go like that, and you go, what is going on there? That's just random. Is that random? What is random? Why it's stopping there? And then you go, well, no, it's not. You go, oh, okay, well, that was an aggressive open, but oh yeah, we bottomed out there. So that's that then. Is it random? No, it's not. It's not random. And the fact that you can do it on the tick charts, that's what I mean. Right, everyone talks about algos, but no one knows what that means. And even this isn't the total part of the algorithm. Let me see if I can change a background on here a sec. Canvas. Let me put this to a little bit of a lighter gradient here. Right, because same sellers held level. Because actually what this looks like, yeah, if I do no chart at all and said, oh, let's take a price swing, right? So and that, oh shizzle, I'm drawing it wrong. Let's take a price swing and draw from low to high. Then what are all the impacts of, if you was to show me the algorithm on a matrix and put it on paper, what would it look like? And it would look like this. Let me turn the one on that we know, right? Let's do a little bit of right, we know it's got that involved, top and bottom, right? We know it's got that all the way. So we know they're our trends, right? That's our trend there. Our manipulations in the middle. And then what have we got? We got this. We've got that. And then we have this, which we've been working with today. And then if that wasn't enough, you got that. All right. That is a visual of the algorithm. The verticals are timing, momentum timing. You can call them injections of liquidity. Sometimes they're reversal points, sometimes they're just momentum points. But dependent on what that price has done in that swing is where these levels hit. Now, I don't encourage you to use all of that, because it will confuse the hell out of you until you know what you're doing with the tool. But for the minute, what's easy, right? Even if you just use this one, that's easy, right? That's easy. And this is it's such high probability on each swing that you're good with that. And the target kind of thing, even if you ignore the trend side of all these levels that can occur, right? All these levels here that can occur, even if you didn't go with that, but you just took that first kind of swing to the bar closes, then you're pretty good with that, right? You can see that swing. It comes back into a liquidity pool and then it goes to the bottom of this box. Like that's where two things collide because you have the bottom of that. Whoa, no, that's because I'm trying. Let's turn them off again. But two things collide. You've got that, and then you've got, well, I've still got a good liquidity pool running down here. So you've got a liquidity pool and the bottom of the manipulation zone. That's a good reason to close your trade. A very good reason to close your trade. And bring it up to real time. What have we got? Most recently, which is why we're going sideways still. Buyers, sellers hold, and buyers hold. Buyers hold. So that's why we are where we are. Shoo. I quite like that grey, I don't. Okay. So we're reading the market. Been reading the market quite well here. We've even brought it on real time. Done a couple of live trades on there. We've had one stock today that was RVSN. Let's bring that back. See if it looks pushing that level again. Let's have a quick recap on our stocks. What did we do? RVSN. We have missed something bad on RVSN. Look. My God. I'm gutted. It broke out. It's only stalled. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Jeez Louise, where did I get out? I got out of benchmark 1 at 4s. I took it from 326 to 4, was it? It's even smashed benchmark 2, which is like a 20% chance of that happening. Let's check a bigger time frame, see if there's a bigger swing I've missed. No. So we took this one, right? Yeah, no, I still like that. Look, because you know when you've got it right, because when you draw these levels acknowledge. So this one, you can get a wick, but look at the close. Look at the wick down here. Then look at this one, and then look at that one, and then obviously it stopped at this one. But now it doesn't look so great, does it? So my guess is this is just a wick. Otherwise, I've drawn it earlier, right? I've drawn it much earlier using the first swing. But what I haven't accounted for is the lowest low, I guess, where I was drawing the first swing. I did have a new low. Yeah, so you could be saying, well, actually, let's see what happens if I do that. Yeah, okay, either or. But that's what I mean, because the algorithm is based on swings, it's every swing. So if you draw the wrong one or the right one, it just means you miss a little bit of the chunk, right? So if we'd have drawn this swing, okay, you'd have had this, and this as much as I'm gutted about this. You can see it, right? I don't need to draw the boxes around it. You wouldn't have traded this because you're in the manipulation zone. Then you broke out of it, pulled back. Then you get this, right? You get $3.46 to $8.50. I should have just held this all day. Yeah, I mean, yeah. My guess is that's just going to spike below and not go for another run. I'm not even going to try and short straight into that, but I do feel like that's over because, yeah. Oh, all right. I'm going to draw that in because you've got some. You'd have to be a ballsy short seller to sell a rip from 3 to 9 today, or 2. Where was I in? What was my entry? I don't even want to look at this chart because I'm going to see my entry and then look at my exit. RVSM. What a banger of a trade. Oh, I've got to show you this. It's oh, my life. Right. I got in there, added here, and I got out there, which was benchmark 1. I then said, while I was chatting away and looking at NQ, I wanted it to break benchmark 1 and come back to it. And my guess is, oh my God, I'm so annoyed with myself. Huh? There it is, look. Break benchmark 1, come back. Look, it even come back. Why was I not buying 426, 433, 440s? Why was I not buying that? I should have had that at least. Fair enough, I wouldn't have expected that to go again. But you know what? So when you take... Let me get rid of that big one because that's just not the one I drew. But when you take this swing and you're... What's this swing? Sorry. My bad. When you take that swing, it's a bit overzealous, isn't it? And it predicts those levels, right? This level up here, when I say it's like there's an 80% chance if you get there, you're going to crash off of it. Like literally, it's almost a given that when prices get there, you know, they can wick above, which it might be doing now. But if it doesn't, see, I haven't changed this. I haven't changed that swing. Because if it does want to go again, look, you just look to where price, right, so let's say that's 686, 697, that's enough, right? Let's say that's benchmark 2 here, right? If I was to bring that down a little, that would be job done, right? But if you bring that blue arrow now down to that low, right? I'm not even drawing anything that's here. I'm just keeping it the same spread as what it was down below. And I'm going to bring this down here because I want to check, because if it breaks that level, I want to check where it's going. You put it on there and then don't change anything. Just hit that button and look. Benchmark 1. You see? It went another benchmark 1 off of the same formula and calculation at the very, very bottom when it first kicked off. So you don't have to, you know, because it works on every swing, not only does it work on every swing, but it repeats the data in that swing. So right now, look. Right. So we're just keeping that same data from the original swing. And we are saying, right, oh, okay. Is it going to do it again? Because if it does break the 20% marker and says, no, I'm going to break benchmark 2. If it does that, it has a high probability of hitting the benchmark 1 again. Right. So what am I going to do here? Right. So I know here, right. Now this isn't a manipulation zone, but when you look back, well, I say it isn't. There was. All right. But nevertheless, right, so that becomes, look, and it's clockwork again. It's doing it again. So now I'm going to put this at this low, and I want to find out where my buyer's hold level is. Right, well, it's here. So if this RBSN is going to, I've been watching this for days. I can't believe I've missed that. Jeez Louise. No, I didn't want that. I want this to be green. Right. So the short sellers are going to be in with this price action, right? Oh, that's so close, man. Come on, just pop down here. $21, 76, 76 to 21. Oh, man. I just don't know if he's got another one in it. It's just a little bit too risky. Look at it. It's gone from 2 to 9. But this is why I trade these, right? You've seen this play out. I only took the first part of it, right, from 2 to 226 to 4, right? That's fine, but this is what once it breaks it, it's so aggressive to try and get to the next one. Look, it does want it. It does want it. Oh, my life is how many can I do here? It's, oh, no. I don't know what my risk would be telling me here. Let's have a quick look. If I was to long $8, my stop would have to be below here at 6.44. It's not letting me do any shares. To buy 100 shares. I could buy 100 shares and keep within. That's a seller's hold level. Look. See, this is what we've got to be careful for. I'm thinking, oh dear, it's going to go benchmark 2. It's already done benchmark 1. It's done benchmark 2. It's done another benchmark 1 based off the same formula. It's held. It's coming in. And it's holding again. So stop it. Stop it. You're chasing and you have serious FOMO and a little bit of revenge because yes. Oh, hold on, something's moving. Ooh. NQ. Buyers held. Look. See how it changed? Buyers held. So sellers. Buyer. Big one. Buyers. Yeah. Buyers. And you're back in that zone. Back in that zone. We'll have a look at that in a minute. At the moment, I'm just too beside myself. Too beside myself. Too beside myself to play. Yeah. RVSN. Sideways, I mean, literally, Nvidia has just been, oh my God. Okay. Oh, it dried up. It's dried up. I should just dump these shares, should I? It's like benchmark 1, benchmark 2, benchmark 1 again. Seriously, this has got to have some legs. I want to have a look at the daily quick. No, don't think I can look at the daily, can I? So what? There you go, 30 cents, do I? There you go, tacked in, tacked in. It's going to want the other one though. It's going to want that lower one. Come on. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. There's not a higher probability trade here. I don't know what I'm doing in this. It was such a FOMO trade. This is not gonna work. Oh my god! Right. Sellers hold, buyers hold. It's got a ramp now. I need to turn that on. Listen. Listen. That's why I turned my audio alerts off. That's why I didn't hear it go. I turned my audio off. But it's got to go crazy now. If it wants to do benchmark 2, it's got to go crazy now. That seller's hold level can't work. You can't hold. You can't hold. Both of you can't hold if you want to go all the way up there. If you want to go $12, you can go $12 today in one hit. But you've got to do it like now. ENSC's off now. Oh my God. ENSC. Don't tell. No, don't tell me ENSC done it as well. Right, is that going to go to 250? Oh my God, everything's doing the plan. Look at that. Everything's doing the plan. Look. Look at that. So you can hear them come in. You can hear them come in. It's just, you got to have, you just, look. Have a little patience. RVSN. Sellers hold level. I can't. You've missed it. What are you doing? For those of you hundreds of people that are just joining my stream, I had 2 benchmarks. That's what I trade. And I had one here. I literally took a trade from here, from 226, I think it was, to 4-ish, because that was benchmark 1. I was looking for a pullback. I turned my alert notifications off on my scanner, and so therefore did not get it, and let a further $5 go. Yeah, $5. I'm gonna put it into my calculator, my calculator sheet in a minute, and see what I missed out on. But what I'm kind of done now is like FOMO trading, because I've just cut new levels, and and one adhered, and there's just one sitting up there. The likelihood of doing it is actually about 10% right now. It's probably less than 10%, but I've taken it because. But actually, it's done. This is my target. Benchmark 1, benchmark 2. That should be my trade done. But then it went again, has gone benchmark 1 again. There is a little dangly benchmark 2 up here at $12. Really? 8 till 10 on a second leg in the afternoon. Short sellers have got to be all over this. The only thing I can say in its favour is they're not slamming. Oh, they're not slamming it down, are they? But I can't hear them coming in either. I need to hear these coming in like at this level. Otherwise, no, not you. I need RVSN. RVSN. That's what I need to hear right now. RVSN. Say RVSN. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, I'll look at you. Okay. Oh, my life. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, now I do want to cry. Oh, it went to benchmark 1. This was the buy zone. This was the buyout. This was the liquidity pool. It was a buy at 4. It's now at 640 with 698 was the final target. But who needs it when it's up from 440? I mean, oh my life, MVVE. The stock selection was... Oh! 7. Oh my life. I want to short it. I'm going to short it. Oh my God, I've missed the short. Oh, I can't. You can't make this up. Oh no, don't tell me. Not covered. Are you sure? Oh my God. It's so hard to draw. I need a tick chart on this. Look. Oh! Is it? Oh! Is it going to push? I've just shorted. Oh. Tight stop. Need tight stop. Am I risking above the high? That was a nice short. Oh, made me feel a little bit better. Not a lot, but a little bit better. Oh, my man. Come on, what you got for me on the short side? So that's what a benchmark 2 normally does, guys, right? That's what a benchmark 2 normally does. It's like finished. It's going to try and take another look at this, right, based on the liquidity and everything that we do normally, but that's what it normally does. Yeah, so I literally took a micro one there. It was beautiful. Short. I took that one there, see? Ding, 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 ding. It wasn't a very good ding, 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 was it? It should be like that. All right, so we're short this NVVE from benchmark 2. It's going to take a look. It's going to take a look. But let's see if we can't get it down to 518 before it does. You never know. I see the confidence on that short. It was like this, you know, that's it. It's game over. As soon as it tapped into, even the like tapping into that little pool there. Actually, I'll bring that over because it's not gonna last all the way over. This is the new one. Yeah, that was it. That's all I need. If that was on a tick chart, it would look beautiful. But now we're looking at that one. The short sellers are in force here now. The target on this one is from this swing. It's on the backside of this previous benchmark low. So,
Bets.
Oh, that is it. That is it right there. What can it do? What can it do? I'm not going to give you much here. RVSN's come off as well. RVSN's come off. I covered that before it dropped. Covered that at, I don't know, 770, 760 or something. Right, let's see if it works through this. That would be lovely. The short sellers just saw that death candle and piled in. But we do have the buy zone sitting right here. Right here. Oh, no, they're pushing it. Come on. Can you do it? Come on, sellers. You're taking profit, aren't you? You're taking profit. You've just literally made $2. I don't want RBSN. I need to catch that. Let's say NVVN. NVVE, sorry. Yeah. Taking profit. Sellers taking profit. We have to wear it all the way up to the top if not. It's a little lower now. I'll short up there if we get there. I've covered that for the minute because we're literally backside of the yeah, no, don't even think about it. Let's put an alert on here, see what we get. Should have put alert on RVSN earlier, then I might have got the long. What, I'm so gutted on that. So gutted on that. Okay, let's see what I can do coming into that level. Got an alert on. No, what was it? RVSN. The annoying thing is I've been looking at RSM for about 3 or 4 days. Or 3 days. Yeah, there's the look at the RVSN sell. See, I was trying to be greedy. It should have been done. I got excited when I see because I do know that, I mean, it's still got a 50% chance of doing that, but I should have left well alone. It was a short looking to come off, and that benchmark 2 still stands. So if we have pulled back to it. Okay, so the buyer's hold level is here. Are they going to slam it? If we was looking to get in on the short side and we're not chasing, it would have to be here. That's where it is right now. Yep. So, okay. So MVVE was a nice short there. Just to bring that over. Hopefully you can see that. So yeah, literally almost, it's not a top tick, is it? But you know, it was close. Took it from 680 to 563. Yeah, that was just profit taking there. I should have held that as well. But never mind. Listen. I'm just a bit peeved that that I didn't catch that RVSN to the long side and this, but both were called this morning. I just cannot believe that RVSN had that extra leg in it. Like, so there it was. Benchmark 1. There was the entry there at 428. And yeah, I got to admit, 663 would have had me over, but that's just beautiful. So RVSN NVVE is just, yeah, sellers took that first opportunity. Where's the VWAP? Oh, it's not even VWAP. VWAP's down there, yeah. So they took that. They took the colour change down there. That's got to go to a VWAP now. But like I said, if you go back on the stream, drew these levels out. These are the trades. I flipped over to the futures and started trading NQ exactly at the time these started this grinding. So I missed it. That's what I get for doing two products. In any case, not to worry. It all worked out in the end, didn't it? Really, no one lost any money. All made money, and that's what counts. Let's have a look at the NQ now, just to divert my attention to see what happened here. Right, okay. So we were trapped. Again, the price action wasn't here when we drew these gold lines, and we said there's two things that can happen. This, I mean, I can't believe that, but well, I can believe it because it happens all the time. But two things. This buyer's hold level could hold. We make our way down to it. And I was saying at the time, we come here, these are all drawn. We're going to come down here, we'll pull back to the backside of this zone, and it will come into this zone. And then we could either A, go all the way back up into this zone, and then we started drawing this zone ahead of time, right? So we kind of drew from here to here. Right, and that predicted that line. So at this point in time, we predicted this box. This box was holding, and it was like, yeah, this is stalemate. So we haven't gone and broke that liquidity pool that was sitting there, that bidder's pool there. We didn't come down and do that today, which would have been nice. What we did do is come back to test this one here. Look, we've just gone in there. So we literally wicked into there. Now we're coming off. Question is that going to be a big pull to the downside? Because that was the bigger area that it could get to, right? It was either going to break to the downside today, or it was going to be enticed back to this pool that was sitting up there. So if that's a V-top, or we're going to come back and mess about at that level. But yeah, so that's how I trade the NQ from side to side. So all the levels were correct today. This one we called out could fail to get to this one. And then everything from there on worked. We made some money in the middle of that lot. But yeah, at the point I should have been looking at the stocks, I was looking at the futures, which was around here. And at the point that I went back to the stocks, the futures run for the biggest move that they had. But yeah, that's what you get. You're trying to do a little bit of everything on these prop firms, right? So trade the pool over on the stock side. That give me some lovely executions today. Stocks were on watch, and I didn't commit to what I should have done. See, I should have kept with my correct sizing, but I should have gone with I should have held that for longer based on my targets, and I didn't. I took it off at benchmark 1 on RVSN. Never mind. Never mind. So let's have a look at what's falling in the NQ. Nvidia, what's happening on Nvidia today? Wow. Well, so Nvidia, talking benchmarks, right? Nvidia takes benchmarks and adheres quite nicely there. Look. So like I say, you don't get in until that initial area is broken. When it breaks, touches first, comes back, and then it just acted like a small cap today, really, and went straight to that level. So that was all right. Yeah, and then I don't know whether these pools played out. We didn't draw them in, but they go to highs. Yeah, this one. Yeah, just off for high. Yeah, so this is what we normally be doing, is drawing these out and saying, yeah, there'll be a level there for Nvidia to come down to. And you'd keep draw while the buyers hold. You keep drawing the buyers basically. So yeah, there'd be one here. You could have got in that one. Then you draw this one to that one, which is there. That one holds again from there to there. Double bottom in there. And then you start drawing them to the downside. All the while the buyers are holding, and you're in a trend, the sells will fail. If you're in sideways, they can work. This one fell to the top a little bit. And then this seller's one held right there for a sell down to there. But it is just so on, it's held again. So that is Nvidia. Amazon. Wow, Amazon's actually moving at the moment. So let's see what happened here. Amazon, again, the same. Take the top market highs, date the dealer spread that's initiated right at the top on pre-market. It didn't make it. It dropped into the middle, like I said earlier. For some reason, they're pinging straight into the middle sometimes. But nevertheless, there's the drop there. Breaks out of the manipulation zone from 154.90s. Anywhere you like. It just kept on going down to 154. But that's where you'd look to take profit. And then you can do the same to the upside from that swing. And bring that over. Yeah, so we went from that first swing low. We hit target 1, target 2, and like I said, you've got a 50% chance when it's here that it comes back to this level and goes straight up to there. There's a 50% chance when you're here of coming all the way back down to here. This first move, when it breaks out, is in the 90%. This move is kind of 80s, low 80s percent, and up here is it's kind of a 70%, but you have to take the drawdown in between because it can come down here. But we capture that, right? Because if we take our profits here, there's two things you can do. there's two things you can do when you do that, which is you can come across here and keep tracking those highs, right? And say, right, that one didn't touch. And this one, there's my long, right? It touches the liquidity pool, that's your long. Then you track the buyer's hold levels, which is those liquidity pools to the upside. And you get another one there, right? You can take that. Again, next swing, take the low to the high. There's one there. You can buy that, right? Another one there. Then they seem to fail. But what I'm looking for here is from this low to this high, or actually the first high. Either one, it doesn't matter. Highest high, first high. There's in the middle is so much of a muchness. Doesn't really matter. Is you're saying, right, so you draw that box in. I mean, even the very first swing, right? That's pinpoint. It's basically this one holding twice. So, but you're then saying to yourself, I will go for the low here to the highs. And what have I done? I'm missing the swing. There it is, sorry. So from the lows to the highs, and then here is a 50% chance of retracing back to the manipulation zone, which it does. So then you look, and if it holds, and then as it starts coming out, then you can get long again and then take it to the benchmark. As Amazon, Apple, APL. So Apple was on. Apple was on wild. That pre-market was all the way down there. So I'd take this one first. It's the nearest to the open. There you go. Benchmark hit. So broke out the manipulation zone. Boom, boom, boom within the first few minutes. Then it's a trade down to the long side. Second entry there, if you'd have got it, I don't know if we'd have got it. It looked quite aggressive. Yeah, no, you got it. Yeah, so that's the safer entry because there's a bunch of sellers there, right? That's a seller's liquidity pool. If that comes in and taps this red candle, then you're short. There you go to the other side. If you're looking for a target for that, you can put that benchmark box on. There'll be your target at the bottom of that box for that. Yeah, so literally take the swing, look for the seller's liquidity pool, wait for it to reject, get in, target down to the bottom of the manipulation zone. That's it. If you miss that, and you can zoom in, or if you've got a tick chart, you can take each one of these swings. Miss that one on the 1 minute, it would work on a tick chart. That one worked. Then you drop it down to the next one. That one worked. Yeah, so you can, if you don't catch the first one, you can get into these swings if you got this tool by the name of Liquivision. And then it's kind of the same to the upside. You get that transitionary period where that last swing here to here would put in the seller's level, which has been holding. Is it still holding? No. Which was holding. But the difference is the buyer's levels weren't failing. Right? That's it. So in the downtrend, obviously, the buyers are going to fail. You can test the backside of it. That's a nice trade to go to. You're also pulling sellers' liquidity pools in. But then when you get down here is the first time the buyers held. And what you then draw on your chart is pretty much that. And you say, right, draw it over. That's my sell. That's the sell pool. And this is when you get trapped in a sideways market and you know when to stop until something else happens. So this swing here, that was your first indication that the buyers were holding. That point there. Let go. That was the first indication there. There, right there. And then you drag it like we was on the way down and you say, right, what do we got here? For those highs. And you got one here. Now this is Oh, this is like textbook trap of when not to trade. 2 reasons not to trade here, right? 1, because you are in the manipulation zone, right? I actually break out and go to target 1 there, so it's not quite clear as that. Clear as, oh no, sorry, my swing's down here. Right, 1, because you are in the manipulation zone. This yellow box, I'm going to change it to yellow right now because I don't want you to get this confused with the other boxes. Okay, so I don't trade in the manipulation zone. That is the manipulation zone. All right, so boom, not trading in it. When I break out, if I break out to the upside, you can try and get long. If you break down to the downside, you can try and get long. But always use the liquivision liquidity pools when you do, which means if I make that background super transparent for the minute, and so yeah, that's the liquidity zone. What we've drawn here is there's a seller's liquidity pool there. We knew the trend was transitioning from down to up because the buy pool held. So from that swing up, we put a liquidity pool in here and it held. We then took the next swing up, we drew it and it held and it held. And we got trapped between a seller's pool and a buyer's pool. And that's what happened until we then broke out. And what's happened since, right? You've gone to the upside. And that's it. So now you'd be looking for another bet. There's 2 things you've got here now. One is the whole session swing high to swing low. You're currently sitting in a seller's liquidity pool right there. And then from a benchmark perspective, and obviously benchmarks are institutional. You may not have heard of them before in trading, but you take in a swing low, the first swing low to that swing high, and you see you're knocking your head along there. And then you've got target 1. We're currently sitting at target 2. Ultimately, there is, if I throw a zone up here, ultimately, oops, that is where Apple will want to go, which will probably just be a peak above the double top if that's the case this point in the day. But you're currently sitting in a seller's zone, so the benchmark doesn't have to fulfill. Let's give that a little bit more redness. There you go. So, and that's how you play each one of these. It's like Nvidia, Apple we've done. Let's see what happened on Microsoft today. Microsoft from the open. We take the spread, which is pre-market, and you take that first swing that you can visibly see anyway, and there you go. You don't get involved unless you break out. Now you're already breaking out on the open. This is an annoying thing, right? That obviously we can trade pre-market, but a lot of people don't like to trade pre-market, so you're already broken out. So you should already be in that trade short for when the market opens, and then the market opens, pushes you down to the benchmark, and that's it. That's game over for that period of time, for that swing, right? You're going to sideways out after that. What you're going to look for to the upside is the swing that comes. There's 2 things I would do. One is I would take the high to the low, take that off and put this on, and I would be saying, right, okay, there's a potential liquidity pool sitting up there if I bang that out to the right. And then same here. There's 2 things I would do. The first one would be, I want to know if my buyer's liquidity is coming in, right? If it is, you can take, what's the most recent high? You can take any one of these highs, but roughly the first one is the one I would draw, the first actual high. Okay, so that I'd be looking to hold for buyers to hold that and sellers to hold that. Second thing I would do is I'd draw the benchmark in off at, oh, that's quite leggy. And that isn't it, because it's not quite there. Is it this? It's this. So it's the candle is so big, it's the whole candle rejection up and down. That is a swing. And where I would target it is I say, right, Apple has got the potential to break its pre-market high. And they're the levels that I would look to play. There. Right, so again, same as before, really I'd be saying I don't want to play in the manipulation zone. It's got to come out of the manipulation zone. It can come back to it, and that's a decent trade. It can come back to the buyer's liquidity pool that's in there, and that is also okay. That's the only time you can trade, well, you should trade within the manipulation zone, is that it comes back to the pool, because that's your lowest risk entry. If you get in here, you really have to risk just below this zone here. You have to risk 394. If you wait for it to come back, yes, you don't get your guaranteed target. Well, it's a 90%, nothing's guaranteed. When it breaks out of this zone, it gets there pretty much, it's going to go straight in. Or you can wait and see if it does. It doesn't always, but see if it does come back to this pool. If it comes back to that liquidity pool or near it and rejects, then you can get in at that point, and then your stops obviously lesser. You've got a lesser risk on. And that's what I would expect Apple to do, which is it's on its way to do so. So it smashed through the liquidity pool that should be there for sellers. So they absorbed everything that was there. They've come back a little bit to it, and not much since. In terms of buyers hold levels holding, they would have continued to hold. So every one of these there would have been a buy. So you could buy that one there at 395. You come across here, even this small one here, there, buy that one there just a little bit higher at 395.05, and then every one that is there since to the high, a little bit off here, but you get the idea. This has to hold. You have to come down to it and it holds, and then you're off again. This one would have broken a little bit, I imagine. Yeah, but it's fine. 180 is straight out of it, so that's fine. This one here is your last one. That one there, 395.60. Then from there on, I don't think you even... Oh, you might have got that one. 395.86, another entry there. And then that would be the last one we've gone for, and we didn't touch this. So that is my valid level right now. If buyers are going to stay in command, but my guess is we will have a trend change up in that benchmark there. That's got to be green. Yeah, that's got to be green. So yeah, so that's how I'd be playing if I zoomed out of I keep saying Apple, Microsoft. Yeah, we have had a failed liquidity pool. The only reason it's good for the minute, because I'm going to take that extension right off, the only reason it's good for the minute is if it pulls into it and holds, right? Which is pretty much done. But ultimately, we want that target to be 397, 398 for that benchmark. There is benchmark 2 above it. I haven't drawn it in. But when I do draw it in, I don't know where it was, about down there, or was that something? I don't know. Yeah, when we do draw it in, so it's up there. I need to come right the way down to get it in. But generally, the big caps, unless you've got a news day, don't always go to it. Saying that, Nvidia did. Okay, but just to give you the full picture, that is it. Your buyer's hold levels started working from here, worked all the way through. I haven't drawn them in, but I've just shown you worked all the way through. Aggressively smashed out the seller's pool. Didn't work, so your long was good, but we knew we had a benchmark sitting at the top there. So that was where it went. So just grab a drink. All right. Okay, so Nvidia I walked through. Apple I walked through. We're currently in there now. Amazon did I do? Yeah, he comes straight into there. Yeah, so Amazon to the upside was like the best mover of the day. Looks like it's gone for a benchmark too. Yeah. So it comes in, just slightly bring that down because of this level here, right? But nevertheless, it gets acknowledged. Yes, when you know when you've drawn it correctly, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, because by the time it gets up to benchmark 2, you're so in the money that you don't care. But you get it on the low, get it on those swing highs, doesn't matter really where you are. But that's it. The fact that it acknowledges there, by here, you can make sure it's in the right place. That's an acknowledgement. It comes back into your liquidity pool down here, right? Once, twice, off it goes. Target 1, target 2, acknowledges the benchmark here, doesn't smash all the way through this one, acknowledges it, comes a bit of accumulation within it, and then straight off to benchmark 2. That's a heavy sell there anytime you like, a 155.70, and off it comes. And again, to the downside, if I want to know what's happening there, I would be doing two things here. There's a massive, well, actually there's two. All right, I'm going to go from there to there and say, yep, if you was going to go to a benchmark 2 or you're going to continue the trend, this level has to hold. That is your buy liquidity pool, hidden buy liquidity pool. You don't see these on level 2. And there's one down here, which is the new version of this one. And that's why it's so painstaking, because these things are retested all the time. So that one's finished. This one's live. That one's live. You will continue to track this down because what you'll see here is it already worked, right? You've already had one seller's hold level work on Amazon. So that's red. So we know there's been a little bit of a difference in the change. We expect one with a run like this. Where has it come down to? If I'm drawing benchmarks down to the downside now, I'm taking that first swing. Just like what happened down here has happened here. So it's pulled back into the liquidity pool. So it's acknowledging it's doing exactly the same thing that the algorithm does. And it's currently coming here. So if we're doing benchmarks again, we're now saying that's our manipulation zone. So I don't want to get involved while it's in the manipulation zone unless it comes back to here. So there's your new seller's pool, because the other one got taken out. So we'll mark that up. There's a seller's pool there. And back to your benchmarks. Where are they going to come in? Right, exactly where the end of the pool is. So you now have confluence here with this is your yellows. Okay, and got to make these yellows. That first target is in line with the liquidity pool, and the second one just below. So that's it. Now take it away, and that's what we've got. We expect manipulation in here, and again, it's accumulation, not manipulation, but it comes to. It can go to the top, right? These can fail and it goes to the top, and that's when it becomes like what I call, it feels like manipulation. It is just accumulation, but it feels like manipulation. If this trend is over, given by the fact that we've said from here to here, right, is the end of the trend, right? So benchmark 2 is the end of the trend. Then therefore we're now saying, right, let's do that to the downside. And here comes Apple. If it can break out, it's got to deal with this level. So if you're I'd rather trade from 155, 57, 58, sell, but it seems to be having a pop now. But I'd rather 55 and down to 28 for this box to be targeted, because that's a liquidity pool. If it's going to go any higher and break the benchmarks, then this is going to hold. Ultimately, this is textbook for working out to this level down here at 154.61. And that's just on a 1 minute time frame, right? If I'm looking at bias on Apple, we have, well, looking at anything else, you've got a massive double top there. But each of these is what I would kind of be taking. That one there, for where's the liquidity pool? There it is. Comes in, 180 is off, goes up. Where's the benchmark? We've hit target 2. So bias wise, there's potentially another one up here. You haven't gone to the full benchmark. You've done a massive double top here. So this is the one where if you break out, right, again, so you've got a level there on Amazon on the higher time frame. Once that level works like all the way through, you get rid of it and you say, I'm going to draw the next one where it touched. Right, now this one wouldn't have done anything, right? It didn't come in. So you carry on drawing it to the upside. And there you go. So that's like, it doesn't matter that it's sitting over a bit, right? Just, that's it. So it comes straight into it and off you go again. And then each time, literally each time, there's one there. Yeah. Each time it goes. Take it again to the nearest high. There it is there. Then move up with it. Take it to the nearest high. There it is there. Go with it. Take this one. To the high. Acknowledged, acknowledged. Even if you went to the top. Still acknowledged. All right. Beautiful. So this on the bigger time frame, if I'm looking for a bias, is where I'm at. I am saying here, let's get that a bit more. Hang on. Yeah, so that's my sell liquidity pool up there. Oh, have we already been there? Am I wicked into it? I've got too many boxes there. Oh, so. Yeah, so that's where I'm at with so with Amazon, that's what I expect. If that double top, if that massive double top, right, is going to hold, it's going to come to this liquidity pool and then drop. And I don't know whether it has. I think it's very close. 155. I thought I just said 155. But I'll have a drop down in a minute. But where that is, bring it all the way down. See if we can't fit this in. Yep. Yep. It's up there, right? It's still got to be smaller. So that's where textbook would go. There. There. So that's how I work out my bias, is by saying, oh, I should have drawn that in. Come on. Right. So again, I gain that bias there by saying I'm not getting into a trade all the while I'm in this zone down here. That's a little bit off the chart at the bottom, but you get me. Yeah, not getting in. But as soon as I break out, and you can either aggressively or take the pullback, because the pullback comes in with the liquidity pool, right? You just go, where's that pullback? I want to wait for the pull. I don't want to chase. It comes in there and you buy it at this point here. And now you're in the trade. Either you're running a position trade on, or you're taking it for the, you're taking the short-term levels between. But ultimately, that's where it is. But you are sitting on a pretty freaking big double top there. And you have a liquidity pool here and here. So that would be the bias. But then when we drop down to trading it, the same thing. You just use exactly the same thing. Like we said, on the 1 minute, which is where you kind of need to be to identifying these spreads down the bottom. You go from there to there, and there it is. Bang. Benchmark 2, over and out, it's finished. On the 1 minute, it's finished, right? It's just the 1 minute then now is doing exactly what I just said about like 8 minutes ago. It's just come to target 1, right? I've just drawn that in. It's gone in. There's the buyer's liquidity pool kicking in. This is just the algorithm, right? It's the visual of the algorithm. So I've literally just drawn that in. So that's the manipulation zone. It could chomp in between and churn up in here. If it breaks out of the zone, target 1 is like a 90% hit rate on this. It can pull back to it. It can pull back up to another zone here, right? It's just a little bit lower now, right? It just whatever, just bring it down. It's now got a new low, so it's just a little bit lower. So it can still come back up to there, or it can go in and continue to work its way down. And that is how you play Apple. So I'll definitely be short term, as in the end of this session and perhaps the open, trying to make a leg down below this. I'd much rather get down here. I'd like to go up back to 155, come down, break this manipulation, pull to the downside and come down to this one. But all the while they hold to the upside. The uptrend is intact, doesn't matter, because you've got this sell zone level up here. So you just say, right, if buyers are holding this liquidity pool, then fine, consider it long. If it's coming down and it breaks it, this will be a short sweep move down here, because this is just a gap. That's clear. So that is Amazon. So I've kind of covered Mag 7 there. Have a little look at RVSN, which I'm still crying about because I took the trade trading views. Where's all my drawings? Oh, I think trading views having a bit of a moment because it's not loading the. It's not even loading anything. In any case, let me show you on the prop firm. Shall I refresh that? It's unusual for. Don't paper trading. All right, let's try that again. So RBSM was there. So yeah, so RVSN I was gutted about because I traded to, what did I trade? 286, and I got out of benchmark 1, which when I was there, right, felt like a good trade. Like from here to here. Benchmark 1, but the unfortunate thing is, while I was on stream, I was like, right, okay, we've now popped. If this level holds at 432, we can go all the way to 7. Well, it double dipped it. It done 2 benchmarks and it went again to 9. Now, I would never have identified that. I would have been out at this level probably as soon as it pumped into this benchmark 2 at 714.15. But you never know. I could have held on to it for another 6 minutes and let it go. But while that was happening, what took my attention off the devastation of not catching that $5 move extra was NVVE, where I top ticked NVVE. I didn't top tick it, but it come in right there. So all of this, I'm drawing these liquidity pools, right? And that one was the minutest. I needed a tick chart, really. Didn't have it, but from that high, it was to that candle low, I believe, and I drew it in there and it come up there and I shorted that bar there. So I literally shorted, I don't know. Let's have a look on the, I shorted on the prop firm Trade the Pool, and that was the short there. MVVE, popped in there, took it down here, and then went for another leg. Some shorts, some profit taken on short sellers. So that was NVVE, and then I don't even want to pull up my RVSN, but my RVSN. So I took a little short. Oh no, that was I tried to buy there. I lost $10 there. But this one, which looked good at the time, which was an ad there at 324, added again at 72, took it off at 4, which was the benchmark, and then that happened. And even though I had it drawn on my chart that that's where it was going to, I just did not set an alert, and I went over to look at the NQs. So the NQs, I started to trade the NQs. I took, well, I'm in the NQs. I'm up 525 on the NQs today. And that was basically playing exactly the same thing. I just trade those levels. So we was absolutely going sideways. So I dropped down to the Ninja tick chart so I could show you how this liquivision works on the tick chart as well. So we knew our levels on the time frame chart, so we knew what we was doing here. We knew this was a buy there. But we was playing in between these levels basically because the algorithm runs on price, not necessarily time. So it's the price that matters. So if you drop down to tick chart on Ninja, which was what we was doing here, we were just sitting there and buying these green boxes and selling these red boxes, which was all predicted by simply taking the swing high to the swing low and drawing that level. Every time it moved down one, we drew another one, and we traded it each time it went. So from this one, yeah, literally every time it went. Yeah, so we made I mean, it's only small range, but we done about 5 trades and took about $525 off that in the top step prop. So then this one went straight from the last buyer's hold level, changed the trend. Oops, you can't control Z on Ninja. I hate that. But yeah, so what we were saying here was sellers were holding. Each of these was sellers' liquidity pools. We had one buy liquidity pool foul. This was a buy liquidity pool, obviously the wrong colour. Why it's yellow. Because it was time frame. We didn't do it on the tick chart. We brought the ones over from the time frame chart. So you had a buyer's level down here. That then held. And then all of a sudden, the sell liquidity pools stopped working and the buyers took control. And then just as I went over to sell NVVE, the NQ decided to make a run for it. And this just started to hold. Then we just lifted every one. Would have been a buy from there on. So now we're at the tops here. Same thing. Just run. These are all the micro ones will work. You can trade every one of the micro ones. Just bring it down on your tick chart. They'll work. Then the bigger swing, it will come back on you at some point, and that's the one you want to take up there for the next leg down. But yeah, we were just trying to show today that it works on both time frames. Okay, so with that, I think I'm going to take a break today. I'm going to put you back over. I'll leave it on live. I might pop back in an hour or so and carry on. But for the minute, I'm going to put it back to the screen.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
Right now. NQ.
Order filled. Stop filled.
Hello everyone. I don't know why I'm playing the intro again. I've just taken a break. I've been on for 6 hours. No, it's a lie. It's been about 4.5. All right, so I had to walk away and recover from my miss on a stock RVSN, which I'd already made money on this morning, but yeah, I missed $5 worth of it. I made like $1.50 on it, move $1.50 or so, but then I completely missed the other 5, even though that's where my target was. I'm now looking at NQ, which was actually the reason I missed the trade in the first place. What are you guys trading in the chat there? What have you got on? Are you futures or are you stocks? I can align to either right now at this time of the day. If not, I'll carry on with the futures. Okay, so this is a tool. It's called Liquivision. It's developed by an investment banker to pick out liquidity pools. Generally, they're hidden liquidity pools, things you can't see on the book map or on the level 2. So there's 2 things it does. It's benchmarks, and you may or may not have heard of benchmarks in banking before, in trading. Benchmarks and liquidity pools. I know you've heard of liquidity pools, but so that's it. So effectively what we do is the algorithm that controls the liquidity pools, kind of, if I just look back here, you draw a high to a low basically that's visible. This is a tick chart. It works on price, not time. So, but you just draw that swing and you wait for price to come back into it. And generally, once it's been hit, it's invalidated by the time all 3 levels are taken out. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 distinct levels, a little bit of a shading difference on there, but it works on the bigger time frames, the smaller time frames. Tick chart, it works throughout the market completely. That's a liquidity pool right there, so it would be hidden. It's not necessarily, like I said, something that's going to show up on level 2, but then you can also take that first swing in, and then this kind of predicts the benchmarks down. So when you break out of this first big box, you want to take the meat of the move, which is down through these levels here, and then you want to get out generally by the time at least you come down to this point, because the market has a very high probability of reversing. So that's what was going on earlier, and since we've hit this bottom, we do the same kind of to the upside, and we work those levels to the upside off of the first swing. So we've also tapped into there at the moment as well. So that should be game over for a little while at these highs. You can track that up by literally drawing the low to the high on the, I like to draw the closes. You can go, it's nothing major. You can go to the wicks if you want. Sometimes it's a little bit off. But yeah, you're looking to get in on, I've just moved the liquidity pool that I drawn in earlier. I'm going to delete that. I'll have to draw it again. So generally, you're looking for, if we're expecting this downtrend to finish now, that means that the liquidity pools to the downside that we keep tracking down, they're still working there. They're still working on the next one. Swing low to high, this one here, and drag it down to this one here. And the last one that works is there before it breaks, and that changes our bias to say, all right, well, let's start drawing to the upside. And if we're drawing to the upside, are they holding? Yes, they are. These are now buy opportunities. If one doesn't quite get there, then there's probably a reason for that. The accumulation down here was enough to carry on. You can move it up to the next spot and then bring the level up. And then here comes your next one. We wick below it, and then 180, and there's another trade there. So it's literally just a case of tracking. Doing it on the tick chart, we was doing it on the tick chart purely because it wasn't really holding any sort of movement, if we looked at it on the on the time frame, this is what was happening earlier, literally, and nothing. So we dropped down to the tick chart so I could show, look, it still works, we can do something. We actually made $500 on that. I'm a little up to 675 on the Top Step account there, and I'm up a couple of hundred, I think, on the trade, the pool for the small caps. So that's what we was doing. And then while I flicked over to the NQ, to the small caps, the NQ started to move, which is where we are at now. So all of these levels kind of worked for us. All of these have worked for us as we've been going through this market this morning. And they have continued to work for us this morning. This one was a little shy. There's not a lot you can do about a double top, so we faked out into that double top. That's fine. If it was a double top, we move on to the next one, and we've just hit into that one. So that's why you see the rectangles on my charts all the time, is because I would pre-empty this, right? So at this point in time there at 7:08, I'm in the UK. If that's not obvious to anyone by my accent, that's at the time I was drawing that. What's that, 12:08, I guess? Something like that. Maybe 108. So I would have drawn this in here, right? So literally I just draw the box in, and I'm waiting for price to get into that box, and as soon as it looks like it's top ticking out, or I see a little bit of red, then I'm looking to get short. But the difference is, right, you have to watch out for the downside. There's always hidden liquidity pools to the upside and the downside. For every one you draw to the upside, there's one to the downside. So this one has worked once, it's come in twice. And that's where I've said there are distinct three levels, right? Every NASDAQ stock has three market makers. You have to have three market makers to be listed in the NASDAQ. And there are three distinct liquidity levels. The first one is the top of the box. The second one is this line in the middle. And the third one is this one down here. They don't all have to hold. Sometimes one liquidity provider gets in and that's it, right? That's all that it takes, like here. Then, another liquidity provider would provide liquidity here. That job is done. This job is now done for that liquidity provider. Now, maybe only two need to get involved, but a lot of the time there's a third one that will come in. And sometimes you see them all get in one hit, like they'll go 1, 2, 3, and then it's done. Or you'll see the pattern that we're getting now is 1, 2, and possibly 3, or we get the break. Either or, we know what we're doing. But we do know that if we're selling this, there's a probability that we have resistance, support in this area, because there's a hidden liquidity pool there. So that's simply what I try to trade all the time, is I'm aware on a higher tick chart or a higher time frame that these are there. So if I threw this on, I don't know what 1,000 is going to look like today, quite tight. That was a 200 tick chart. But if I throw 1,000 up there, you no longer can see the moves that are happening really in the 200 tick chart. The volume's irrelevant really on tick charts. But you can see there, the 1,000 ticks, we come in, we hit that pole, bring it over, move it up to the highs. There you go for another one on the NASDAQ. And these are the ones we were drawing that we were making money off as well. So each one of these was a sell, was a sell, was a buy, was a sell, was a buy. So that's what I've been doing. So I don't know whether some of you guys like futures, some of you like the small caps, and some of you are into options. I don't necessarily trade the options. I'm more into small caps than I am the options, but definitely like the volatility of futures as well. So I'm happy for small caps and futures. But as you can see on the 1,000 tick chart here for the downside, it's worked there. I've had 3 hits into that. Again, it doesn't matter if you bring it down to the next slide, you will just be a bit wicky around that zone, but still working off there. Similarly to the downside, we pull to the upside and we know we're restricted there. So what ends up happening is you get trapped between, and this is when what I identify as a sideways market effectively is that you get trapped between the buyer's liquidity pool, which is what's happening right there, which is what we have drawn on the smaller tick chart as well. If I just made that green, and this one would be the most, this one's the most recent kind of red one, right? It's coming down from this area here to there, right? There's the red one. And as much as you can drop down to a smaller tick chart to take advantage of this, if you're looking for the bigger swings, then what you're saying here is, well, I've got 70s and I've got 80s. I've got 10 handles sitting here on the NQ that I'm pretty much trapped between, which means you should get a move of a decent size. It's been terrible today, but that's a decent size move today. It's not a decent size move for the NQ. But if you're looking for like 20 handles or more, then that's what you'd kind of be looking for. But at the moment, I'd be very careful because we are trapped, and to find out what's going on, you need to delve into the 200 ticks and say, well, actually, so there is some method in the madness. I can still see this is the last 200 tick swing, right? That's holding. There are intra swings on the way down. But yeah, so that's where we are right now. I would be drawing if I wanted to test. We could just trap between these two levels. This still hasn't taken out its lowest one yet. It's double bottomed into it, but I would draw this would be my most recent one, right? That would be my most valid recent one because the other one has been kind of taken out. So it can still work as resistance up there, but this, if I was looking to trade, that would be my most recent one, and I would look for price to pop up into here, wick into it, and drop out. Now, it's not what I like to do. It's just through sheer boredom that I'm down on the 200 tick chart at the moment on the NQ, but it just kind of it plays out what the algorithm is doing. I kind of showed a couple of people that were on earlier that so this tool here is called Liquivision. Like I said, I've been investing in investment banking for 20 years, and recently I'm out of that environment and have just come out of my NDA, the disclosure agreements and that sort of thing, and what this software is doing is just try and add in the context that you don't see that goes on behind the scenes. Like I said, it's not on level 2. It's basically taken all of the exchange data you've got and applied the business side of banking. Like if we come, let me switch over here. If you look at the business of banking, obviously there's something called best execution as well as these benchmarks that comes into play, and generally it revolves around a formula that is kind of accessed and played all the time. So for example, if I took a low here at 3:40 in the morning and run it to the high here in the US, just before we get into the US Open here about 8:30, this will draw a zone, right? There's that yellow. So see that yellow box there? I call it the manipulation zone, but it's actually accumulation and best execution zone. So this range in the pre-market has identified that if price comes into the top of this zone, there's a higher probability that orders will be executed at that level. Sell orders, right? Because it's a better execution than what it is currently, and that's what it does. And then on any given day, other than the sells at the top and the bottom, you wouldn't get involved in the box. And that's what's happened today, right? You've just remained in the box all day, which means it's not a good trading day. It's certainly not going to be a good trend day. It's a sideways day, and God, it's a micro sideways day today. So the only good trade was this one at the top, really. And then if we're getting rid of that, you would take that to the upside. We're now on a 10-minute chart, so it's time based, and this is what we're in. We've been in this like pool, this liquidity pool here, just accumulating, then pop to the upside, and there was our sellers liquidity pool up there. Like I said, these don't show on level 2 generally. Sometimes you see the orders pop in. A lot of the time you don't. You just like see it reverse without seeing the orders on the tape, and it's like, what on earth happened there? You don't see it on the level 2, but sometimes you can see it on the time and sales, because you get an influx of those orders come in, and you can see them print, and they're generally a bigger time frame. So that's how it's played out today. And then the one to the downside, like I said, we've printed in there. So this is what's holding the market currently. So we're just trapped between two of these liquidity pools, and just trying to have some a bit of trade attainment in between by dropping over to the tick chart to see what's going on. So there you see the one we've just drawn, the most recent one. We've come into it 77, started to reject off, and then you've come down to 72. So there's money to be made there. At the same time, we've got this liquidity pool that we're already trading there. But there's a newer one, because there's a newer 200 tick swing, which is coming in right now. Bear with me 1 second. I'll be straight back. Okay, we're back. So, so what we're looking at here is you've still got this valid order block, which can not order block, this valid liquidity pool that could come down to the bottom here. But we have this newer one based off this swing coming in that we would be drawing a smaller, but nevertheless, it's just as valuable. So we'd come over here, if I could make this smaller, about the size that it is. So there'd be another one sitting here, right? So, and we're looking to see if that holds, because all the while these smaller, we just get tighter and tighter. If this one now breaks, as it has, you're looking to the bottom of this one, because like I said, there's 3 pools of liquidity in this zone. We may take this out. But that's right. We're in a sideways market. We want one to break to look for a decent move. What we know at the minute is we're looking sideways, but each one of these pools has worked to the downside. So we've got sellers holding, buyers holding the main level, the kind of the macro one, and we've got a minor one here. You could argue failed, we just dipped below it. But again, you'll have another one. If these sellers are holding this market, this one will hold. You either won't come back to it because the sellers have just broken this most recent buy, or it will come back to it and you will toy it with a level, the most recent sellers level there. A Ninja Trader is not the best to draw on or quick to change colours. It's a bit of a pain, but this should be red. So I'd look for price to get into there. Like I said, trading this is really trade attainment. It's just to prove that this is kind of workable as a solution. It's what it works on price action. But it's had some great feedback so far from the beta users that have been trading it, and it's still at the moment not available. It will be available. There's a tool called Liquivision, and if you go to liquivision.trade/register, you can register if you like the idea of it. Just come along to these streams. We'll be doing these on a daily basis where possible, to just showcase the tool, to give you an idea of how. Like I like to say, it's a visual representation of the algorithm, right? That runs constantly, every swing, time based, price based, tick charts, whatever. It's a visual of the algorithm. And if you had kind of a price movement basically that come from point A to B here, right, and whatever it done after that doesn't really matter. But if we're taking that point and we go, right, that's the point A and that's the point B, so a swing low and a swing high, the algorithm works off that, right? It works off those swings. But what it actually looks like gets a bit crazy visually. Right, so this is what retail traders are having to deal with at this point, is that not only have you got to deal with the fact that there's a hidden liquidity pool down here. So even if it looks like you're trying to break out, there's a hidden pool that is got a very high probability of coming back to. And then you've got the fact that you've got an accumulation zone which sits over and above there. So you've got price that can literally go sideways like it has today, and it's just not worth getting into because it's just going to feel like you're being manipulated. So it's an accumulation zone, but I refer to it as a manipulation zone because that's what it feels like. If you entered a trade in this zone that isn't at the top of it or the bottom of it, you're going to feel like you're getting manipulated, unless you come back to this level here, and that's a good level to trade, right? But you'll see that as we repetitively go through individual stocks and futures contracts. On top of that, and I don't want to confuse anyone because I'm not going to do it in the live streams, but on top of that, this is what the algo looks like. If I was to draw it on a piece of paper for you, this is what it looks like, right? So we can add these two things into the equation. This is showing you that you're going to get screwed over in this zone, right? So if we put a little path on here, right, the chances are you're going to break out of your level and everyone gets long at this kind of point. And then it comes back down. It's going to be hard to do because it's an overlay tool. It's going to come back down to that level, touch it, and then go off. And that's when you're going to start working through these levels, right? So this level here, this move here from the breakout to this first target has got a 90% hit rate on the algorithm. It's a 90% hit rate. And then as we work our ways up, it gets a little bit lower, but not too low, right? Still up here has got a 70% chance of hitting this benchmark. There is one benchmark that is low. There's two of them, right? There's one really, really definitive one at the top there. So there's two benchmarks that works, but generally, depending on the asset you're trading and how volatile the market is, whether there's news days, volatile, like if we were talking NQ can hit this level, and high volatility stock run days can hit this level, but once it hits benchmark 2, it's definitely finished. Like there's an 80% chance it's game over at that, so you could short sell it. For large cap stocks, general other stocks that are perhaps not the Mag 7, because the Mag 7 stocks are pretty much they're very liquid and can be volatile themselves. So thanks, Has. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So eventually I'm looking to trade to that level, and that's generally what I do on these live streams. But what it actually looks like is you can add this into it, off of this level, yeah, and this into it. So what starts to work is like you've actually got, what I refer to as predictive trend lines, because that's all I can call them, is because that's what they look like, and there's three of them. And you have to work through each of these levels. These blue vertical lines and the red and green vertical lines, they depict the momentum. They depict the times that liquidity will come into the market. So that's either based on momentum, or it can be based on a reversal, right? So it could either reverse at one of these levels, or the momentum kicks in at one of these levels. So for instance here, if we're breaking out of this box at this point and we've got a vertical bar, there's a higher percentage chance you're just going to go pop, pop, and you'll go straight to the number 2 level here. But the idea is you should go pretty quickly to the benchmark, because that's what it does, right? You're in a trade and you are getting manipulated, or that's what it feels like. Then all of a sudden you're done because you're being messed about with down here, and then it goes bang, 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 and then it's too late, and then you're trying to long into something that's just hit the benchmark. So that's what you're competing with. This is what an algorithm looks like. But for the minute, we're going to stop with most of it, and just sit back and try and work with the main one. So just to take a look at a couple of stocks that we traded today to show you those benchmarks in action. All right, I will come back to the NQ in a sec. But to show you those benchmarks in action, and the liquidity pools, what did I have on? Right, so CXAI was a trade yesterday. I wish I'd have done it today as well, because the short was on twice. So like I said, here's the manipulation zone. You don't want to get in there messing about. It either does nothing or it stops you out or whatever. But when it breaks out of there, you have a higher probability chance of it going to benchmark 1, and benchmark 2 is up here. Now look what happened at benchmark 2. Again on this, as much as I know, and I have the tool in my own hands, like I said, I've been testing this, and trying to showcase it a little bit. And as much as I know there's a high probability of hitting this level, it's still hard not to take profit at benchmark 1 when it comes off like that, which is what I did yesterday. And then I missed this run up yesterday. And then we hit this level at once, twice, 3 times. And I shorted this top level yesterday and took it kind of from 150s down to 130s, which was fine. But it had another look today. So it literally hit the benchmark again today, right on the open, and then tanked. If I'm looking on a 2-minute, that was a beautiful, it was just a no-brainer to get into that as soon as we failed there to come back down to 135. Actually a little bit lower, 130. And then when you say, well, why did it get to there, is because this was what we had here. We had 2 levels actually. Go to the high from where the swing low started, and that was it basically. There was 2 from, I cut it lower earlier, so there's, whichever one, it don't make no odds. But yeah, so that was my target. From that benchmark 2, you target the liquidity pool, because that's where the hidden pool resides. So that was CXAI. RVSN I've been looking for. Look, been waiting for this to play out for days, and boy, did it deliver. It delivered massively. So I was trying to get in on these pops here, right? And I was in this yesterday. So I went into benchmark 1. I took one of these pullbacks down here into the liquidity pool, and we made it up to benchmark 1. And again, I was like, trade off. I think this is today, actually. I was on yesterday. RBSN. Yeah, so... Oh, no, I'm correct. No, I did take it then. Right, so what happened today is I was looking for another upside move, because we'd had this run up, double topped, and then we pulled straight down into this liquidity zone. So I didn't trade the pre-market. I left it and then pulled this level again and said, right. Oh, sorry for moving the chart about. Pulled from the low, pulled to the high, said, right, that's where I'm getting in. If we come into there and go, took that trade, I got out about 4 somewhere, right? Just before it hit benchmark, which is the normal thing to do for me, right? It's a normal, yep, let's take the benchmark, because we'd expect it to pull back here, right, to 350s. It didn't. It went for another leg up, still in the benchmark, but it pulled back here. Now, this is where I switched to NQ. But boy, did it run another $5 straight into benchmark 2, which, like I said, has got an 80% chance of reversing. Like, normally I would short that level massively, but it didn't show any signs of stopping, not at all. So we run the levels again. and it basically it done the same again. It went to the other next benchmark basically, and come running off. Now I did short this one, and I also shorted NVVE. NVVE. So I was trading this on, two prop firms. I'm using Trade the Pull, NVVE. So just to show you, I'll bring the prop platform over. Actually get the ticker right. So NVVE, you can see again clockwork. It run to benchmark 1. This is why I got out of RVSN, because it went to benchmark 1 and normally pulls back. Today RVSN didn't, but NVVE did. It then took on the second day. No, this is same day. So this morning at 10, it ran to benchmark 1. It then pulled back, hit the liquidity pool once and twice, and then run off from $4 to $7. Now, didn't catch the long on this, but as I see it running, I'm like, it just tapped in, and I'm like, I'm having that short. I am having that short. So I wanted to take the short from here to this liquidity pool here, and that's where I took it on the Trade the Pool prop firm account I've got there. So I literally hit that at 677, which is still a little bit late there, but literally so quickly went down to that, took profits there. It went a little bit more after that. So that's that trade. But yeah, so stocks, futures, the algorithm's there, the algorithm's set, and like I say, this is the first opportunity I've ever had to kind of share it with anyone, being out of any kind of agreements. And I'm not breaking any like non-disclosures here. I've had to go to the public exchange data to get this in order to make sure it's like the data proves that the algorithm runs, right? This is just a visual of it, and yeah, it's added so much value to me for these. I don't know what Plug run the other day as well was another one. We had, so this was one that run a few days ago. So it broke out here, pulled back. You know, I mean, if you guys can see that on the live stream, pulled back that level there, right? That was the level. So it run up. That's the pullback level into the box. From there on, it doesn't look back. You can even take that low that you started with and run it to that high. There's your next opportunity. Price comes in, wait for that liquidity pool, taps in once, twice, 3 times, doesn't matter. It comes out again, off you go. So at the minute, we're in the same thing with Plug. We've hit benchmark 1. Short sellers come in. You know, short sellers see the death candle come in here on the 2 minute and they're all over it, and it works. But I'm there ready with my liquidity pool to say, right, where are you? That's the highest high. Straight into the liquidity pool. The first liquidity provider has held at this point. But that's where Plug is right now, PLUG. So I'd mark that up, not yellow. Yellows are my benchmark, green and red are my liquidity pools. And that needs to be a green one. Yeah, so pull that up on the green. So that's where I'm looking at. So now I'm trapped between benchmark 1 and a liquidity pool to the buy side. But to the buy side, right? If I look to the sell side, what have I got? I know there's going to be one because I'm trapped sideways right now. If I pull that high to that low, I'm sitting there. There it is, right? So it already tapped into the first liquidity provider there. And we can draw that one across. And we want that one to be red. So that's where we are on Plug. Now, in order for Plug to run to benchmark 2, needs to break out, which is trying to do. This one works. And you can pull every one of these, right? Every swing, you can do this. You can just play this game. There's a buy there, right? Targeting the sell side until it finally gives. But every one of these is something that you can look to buy. There's another one there. It works. Take the next one. pull it here. There's your last one before it runs to the upside, right? So now we're taking that level, picking that. Actually, I'm going to digress and say there's another level there. Let me zoom in. Makes it much easier for these levels for you to see. Right, so as I was saying, you've got this level here, comes up to there. That's the level there. I don't know whether we got this one or not. Yes, we did. So that was a level there. That's confirmed. First liquidity buyer. Now I've got this one here. Nothing there. Nothing here. What is that? 47. Well, it's 2 cents off. It's 2 cents off, but I'm going to draw it in and say that that's still valid. And it's every swing, right? Even this swing here. So we're looking at the backside of a liquidity pool here. We're looking at the backside of benchmark 1, and benchmark 2 is sitting up here with a massive gap. We have a couple of hours left, but there's a liquidity pool for every swing, right? The algo's constantly running, and it's going to be right here. So we're kind of teasing into it now. And kind of all I'll say is they have to break, right? In order to make that move, that rush move, which you so easily miss, is you have to break. So at the minute, this is where we're at. At this moment in time, if I'm looking to trade plug, I need this area to foul. This has sellers sitting in this area. They're hidden sellers. They're not the short sellers necessarily that I'm talking about coming in. Not necessarily retail shorts, but they could be if they recognise what happens at these levels. They could well be in. But there's definitely traders out there that are buying these pullbacks still. And they're supported by a liquidity pool that's sitting down here between 340 and 345. This pool here at 350, 356, it's a smaller one. It's easier to break because we are clearly on the upside of this. And sellers' liquidity pools foul when you're in an uptrend. That's the idea, right? It's not to say they're not acknowledged. You can draw one and say, yeah, there's the swing. There's the liquidity pool, but sideways in it, and then we fail, right? Because the buy liquidity pools are taking ownership right now. They're in the driving seat. So here we've just acknowledged it, we've tapped into it. Like I said, there's 3 levels: the bottom, the middle, and the top, or just above the middle. That's the trading view middle. So yeah, we'd look for that to kind of say, right, it should provide liquidity. It is providing liquidity in there because we're kind of doing bits and bobs in there already, right? So we've at once, we're going in for that second look. We'll go in for the third look. If all those liquidity providers then foul, then there's a good reason for that, which is probably similarly why we haven't come down to this pool to accumulate a little bit down here. But nevertheless, it's still in play until it fouls. Then the question is, if it does foul, what we're then looking for is the momentum, right? Because really this has got a big gap. This has got a big gap, and I'd always throw like, if this is a real big kind of dollar move, throw one in the middle of it just to see if it acknowledges the middle sometimes here. But it'd have to break out of this red box. If it did, I'd love to pull a liquidity pool back out. So for example, if we did break out of this liquidity pool and we went to that level there, right, I'll just stop that there. I'd then be drawing either, depending on what it looked like, either from this low or from this low to that high, and then I'd say, right, I want this liquidity pool here. I want that buy liquidity pool because that's the safest bet. Then for me, that's not a chase. I'm not just chasing it off here, but it can get aggressive, right? So ideally, what I would like I said, is a breakout, a pullback. That wasn't the path. A breakout, a pull back to it, or to the backside of this pull. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Back to it and then off. that should go with momentum. It should go with momentum like RVSN got, right? And if you take a look at the gap that we had on RVSN, conscious this might attempt to break here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Right, so that's the third and final liquidity pool area, unless it wants a double top. There's nothing we can do about double tops, obviously, but as the algorithm goes, that's the final liquidity area. We are on an uptrend, and if it fails, so the question is, let me just take a look at RVSN. I want to show you quickly how quickly they can fill that gap the first time. So that was RVSN, right? So literally what we're talking about now, same thing. I've drawn that liquidity pair and I've said to you, there's the buy one, here's the sell one, and we're just encroaching above that level, right? That's what's happening now on plug. So the question is, can we see that sort of acceleration out of it? And if we start stair stepping under these, like the steps here, and we hold them steps, we're stepping up each step, then we're going to stay in, hoping that we go to it. So just looking back at plug, see what it's doing there. Okay, right. So it's starting to stair step above that level. It didn't take anything from this low. So I'm going to draw what we have currently, right? So if it stays where it is now, I'm just going to get this up on the prop trading platform. One sec. PLUG. So I'm going to turn my scanner on, because if this is going to, oh man, the scanner randomly closes since its last update. Opening that again, because this looks like game on to me. So PLUG, that is supported, right? So what have we got? We got this is the double top area, right? So I'm going to hold tight and not chase right now, and for the minute I'm just going to draw the levels where I think they sit, right? So we've got one sitting down here, which is coming to the back side again. So there's one there. I'm going to put that in, and then there's this more recent one where it didn't foul, and I'm coming at highs, right? So I'm tracking this one. I'm not going to draw this one. I'm tracking this one to see where it goes. I'm conscious of this double top. So like just peeking out a benchmark one, that's got to get blown. If that can get blown, so we've had the sellers foul. All right, that looks like it's gonna. Right, so there's the fake. Now, I would love this to just come back down here. Just come back down to 56. Or ideally, 52. But at the moment, let's switch on my trade ideas. Where are you? Let's get that audible in. Need that audible alert. We are... Yeah, okay, so if we come in SVI, so hear that, that's not this stock, but if we get them saying PLUG or plug, then I want to see aggressive, I want that to be aggressive buyers. So that's what I'd be looking at here. So just watching this at the moment. Quick look at what the NASDAQ is doing. I'm 675 up on my that's a top step account. So I'm totally not used to, like I said, been investment banking for nearly 20 years, and I'm not used to trying to work with the size that these prop firms have, like the risk parameters. Right, here we go. Right, so that's now that high blown. I'm gonna have to take some chasey sort of risk here, because if the stair step holds, the stair step holds. I'm not hearing anything come up on the scanner for this though. I like to hear the volume come out on this. and I'm not hearing it right now. So 357. Right, so you can see why I feel like this is, if I slam the bid here, right, and I want to buy this, it's a chase because I have risk, which is now all the way down. It's moving up, right? As the price moving up, the pool's moving up. So I have risk here at 352 to 54. That's where I'd really do it. But if this is going to run, sometimes it just runs off the steps. But I want to hear this plug. Oh man. Right, let's take a start position. What we've got. Starting at 3. I would not be practicing what I would preach if I'm jumping in this at 364, but it looks aggressive. I'm just not hearing that scanner come to me right now. It's creeping up. See how the liquidity pool, it creeps up. So it's not set in stone, right? The algo's running all the time, and I'm going to miss the third benchmark too if I keep going like this, because it's clearly being aggressive. Right, that's still not plug. Give me some action on plug. This is slowing. This is not increasing. It feels like it, but the fact that it's not throwing it, it's not calling it out to me, I'm going to hang with. I'm going to have wing. If it gives me any little pullback, some little wick down to here. Right, so I'll put an order in at kind of 350. I'll put an order in at 355 just in case. So let's I'll work out the, I'm going to go 100 to start. 100 buy order, buy limits there. I'll go 57. Okay, so that's on. Right, so what I've done there on the prop firm, just to bring that over, is I've tucked a buy limit in here. 356, that is at, bringing that over. If I was to put that order in here, I don't think I'm connected, but my order would be at 56, which is just above. It's just backside of there. That's my order there on that yellow line. It's their stepping though. Jeez. I'll take 50. Right. I've just put a market order on for half of the amount. Did RBSA or MVVE ever even pull back after that break? No, see? That's my risk, is that in 5 minutes it just runs. It's clearly FOMO, but what can you do? I get FOMO. Same there, run. Same there, run. It just didn't really pull back. Back to plug. We're sitting on 67, so it's in profit, but not a lot. So I've got an order in there. I've marketed order in here.
PDSB.
Now I'm just looking at the steps.
NDAI.
Steps to play. These are just my steps coming up here. I just want to hear it on the scanner. If I hear it on the scanner, I can hit some size. Where are we? Where have we got? So 393 would be center, my first risk, but 420 on this. So it really has got, if it just pops in energy right now on it. Okay. Let's see where that liquidity pulls out right now. It's just moving up and up and up. Yep. So algo moves it up. So always tracking. It's not looking, no red bars right now. There we go. Come on. So I need to move that order up a couple of cents. Let's move that up over on my platform there. Right, so just zooming out from here, even if I zoom out to a 10 minutes quickly, just to see if I can catch this action right. Wow. Granted, on the 5 minute, it looks like if that wicks out, it looks like a double top, but at the end of the day, I know there's a benchmark 2 up there, and that's what I'm playing for. That's the quick money if it can happen. So I'm looking at those steps. Looking at those steps, I'm going to add some size on here if I can get it. I don't know if you guys have experienced FOMO, but I get it all the time on these small caps because I just know that when they go, they go. When that momentum kicks in, it can fly. But I'm aware. Where's that double top? Just over there. Put that in. I'll be aware of that. It's the pre-market high. Still love to hear that on the scanner. Keep tracking this high. Okay. PLUG. Are we going to come back? Give me an entry. What's the NQ doing? Not that it's going to give me any small caps have their own. Okay, yeah, it's kind of sideways in out at the moment. Okay, if we get a little drop, no. NQ is holding levels to the upside, and this final one it's looking for right now is here. So that's buyer's hold for the NQ. Anyone interested in that? That level has to hold to keep this trend going. Just tacked into the first level there. Let's bring this back. I might be able to show you both if you're an NQ futures trader. There you go. If you're, we can get rid of this. Right, so that's just holding really at this point. Yeah, come on, give me some. Do you know, it's why I never like. I don't mind leaving the boxes on the chart, but when I draw the lines, and I'm saying, oh, I think, do you know what I mean? I draw it here, and this is kind of, if it comes back down here, like it's like a prediction. If you draw it on the chart, it can happen. But I'm not getting this pullback that I wanted. It is just hanging in there on this level, but it's guaranteed I'll put some more size on, and it'll drop back down into this level here for sure. But the level's just getting bigger and bigger, right? It's just getting bigger and bigger. Right, so it would now be the backside of the order block of the liquidity pool. So this would be the sellers that failed. This is the new buyers. Happens to be in the same place. Doesn't always happen. Okay. So we've got some room. What's the time? We are looking. We've got an hour. Is it before the close? Are we going to have a run for the close on this. It's going to go after market perhaps, but anyway, let's see. Oops, don't want to put that on. Quick. All right. So I would be bringing in, let's see what I've got. Right, so I do have small size on. But if my entry price was at 359, which is not because I bought at 360, I don't know, 364 or something, small size. But if I'm coming down to my limit order at 359 and my stop would have to be under this pool at 350, so just 9 cents. If that's all I wanted to risk, I'm tied right into the risk parameters. So those I don't want to lose any more than 200 on any given trade. I could risk more than that, but I'm kind of halving that. Geez, I want to add here. So 2,222 shares. Add 2,222 shares to that. What am I doing here? It's not helping, is it? Yeah, so you can see on the NQ, that liquidity pool just held there to the upside. Like I said, that's on a tick chart. It's on a 200 tick chart, so it's not... it may not pay greatly, but that's where it is. Paying all right at the moment though. So sideways action here from PLUG. Want to get it down to 55 is possible. If that is possible, then 67, 68 has to hold, because that's where that swing's coming in from. If that's right at the low, yeah. So touching in there now. NQ's nice move on the NQ. I say nice move. It's tiny, but I mean, it's following right the algo. It's nice confirmation. Nice confirmation there. So just waiting to see if we can get any more size on here. That's going to break to the top side. So this is the first sideways action of this run. If this is going to run aggressively, it would do it from this side, this sideways here. Shouldn't have, but I just added because it's not come down. Just add it again. Don't like this, right? I still want 55. It's double topping. This could be a risk because it can double top and then take 55. I've just added some size. I want my scanner to shout plug.
Game.
No, not game. Plug. What's going on with game? Can't look now, surely. Can I? Game. What's going on with game? Why'd you keep shouting game at me? Oh, okay. Alrighty. Quick look at game. Quick look at game. What have I got on game? Daily. Big move. Big move on the daily. 15.
Mod.
Right, if I was taking this for 30 minutes on game, that's it. MOD. No, plug. Give me plug. Right, let's swap these over quickly. There's benchmark 2. There's a benchmark 1. And that's the area we shouldn't have been trading, which is CV. Right, so down there. So let's work through these. That's fine. I won't bother drawing them. So that's game. Game Square Holdings just coming into benchmark 1. So I wouldn't hit the button now because that's where I'd be taking profits from this trade if I was in it. I don't know what it was like this morning. Bit sketchy, but yeah, if we're looking there, I'm making new highs, I believe, on plug, but I'm still not hearing that volume kicker in. I don't know why. It must just be off on the scanner. Yeah, so it went off this morning, pulled back into that liquidity pool, then went off to benchmark 1. It's been sideways since, obviously having a bit of a gap up now, further into that benchmark, but I can't long that right there because the benchmark is a place where it likes to pull back. I'll chuck a little alert in down here to see if we can get below it. Might have a look a little bit later on. Did that hit? Yeah, okay, so it's a bit behind trading view today. Okay, so back to plug. Right, what are we looking at now? Okay, so still pushing, so we've literally had that first sideways action. So it's not screaming up there, like I said, within 5 minutes it was done. It's not screaming up there, it's grinding up there, which is okay. Grinders can carry on grinding, as they do. But I'm keen to add size, and I want to add size on a pullback, but now I want to add some real size. Right, so this is what I drew before. It didn't quite give me my 58, 59 or my 55, but I should look to draw a new level, because if it didn't want 55, it may well want 66. So let's see. It is grinding, so we are going to get a couple of red bars here. It's just, yeah, it's slow. It's not the fastest one. It's probably because it's going to happen post market, or it's going to happen tomorrow. But this is normally a gap that's filled pretty quickly. Right, that's the NQ popping by the sounds of it. That's means there's a bigger contract sizes coming in. Where are we? Come back. Whoa, that was a nice call. Yeah, so there's that liquidity pool. It held. There's the run. That is nice. Let's check NQ. So we're coming back. I'm watching this level 367. NQ. All right, what have we got? What are we looking at? Okay, so here was the bigger pull on the 30-minute. Yeah, so we're basically back into the manipulation zone that we've broken out of. So I'd still expect this liquidity pool to hold. It's held once. This could be a double top. That's the way I see that. Yeah, so just to zoom in on that. Check my trade. Yeah, so just to zoom in on that. That's what I call the manipulation zone. We broke out of it, which normally, like, there's the 100%, well, the 90% trade. It breaks out. It takes that first level. Now, I would expect it to work its way all the way down to There's benchmark 1, there's benchmark 2. I was hoping it would happen today. It hasn't happened today yet. But we're just tapping in. That's almost a double top there. But remember, there's 3 liquidity providers in this box. We don't know that this is the only one, but it is a double top right now from this morning's open. Right, so that might be nice. Let's have a look and see what we have on the smaller benchmarks to the upside, where they'd run to. Yeah, we've just tacked into the benchmark. So see, we broke out of the manipulation zone. It was sideways, hit the pull. We broke out. Target 1 hit 90%. Target 2 hit 80%. Then we meander along, and then we've just got a 75% benchmark. So yeah, that looks okay. You know, it doesn't mean it's going to reject right here, but it's in the right place. So let's get back to plug, because I think plug's coming off now to that zone. Okay. Hey, AK47, thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Okay, so we are just looking in for the, let's say, we've got a liquidity pool here. What happens with these is they're essentially program trades. These small caps don't run for no reason. I'll check the shareholder size on this. Not the shareholder size, institutional ownership and the insider holdings on this, if I can. Plug. So plug is still popping, but it's not calling, which means basically it's not a volume blaster and the momentum is not there for, it doesn't meet that criteria of what I call a volume blaster, which means it's pretty much going to get there in no time at all. But we've just tapped into that level now. Bear in mind, this level is still good. As much as I don't want it to come down there now, I'm looking to get into 366 or 65, whatever. But I want to see a pop into that and then go. How long have we got? ENSC is another one on my scanner, please. I'm sitting there trying to trade plug. Let's have a look at ENSC. ENSC we drew out earlier on the stream. Okay. What have we got? This is another benchmark. Yeah, this is the one where we've got same again. They're all playing at the same time today. This one went from manipulation zone straight to benchmark 1. Pulled back to the liquidity pool, number of trades you could have had to benchmark from there, but you're only looking at about 30 cents, but still money's money. There was the benchmark taken out to the high. We pulled back on that, and now it's calling out volume again. And that's what I like about it. It showed that when the program trades come in, they pull it down to the liquidity pool, which is run across here. Right, and then when it pops out of it, you start to hear the liquidity coming in. Right, you hear them. It literally calls out to me here. But yeah, no. For the minute, like I said, this is the lower risk trade because you're already in at 156 and you're in 170. You can break even that trade right now. But yeah, you get it. It's a vision of liquidity. Yeah, that's it. So that's the lower risk trade to take. We come into that liquidity pool, we've come out of it. The scanner starts shouting at me saying there's volume blaster coming in. Here's volume blaster here, look. That's the volume blaster scanner right up there, if you can see that, if I bring that down a little bit. And that just calls out the volumes kicking in on this trade. And may well kick in again in a minute if it carries on. But yeah, so there's two ways to play it. It's all about risk. This is the better trade to take at 156 because you're already in the money, but your expectation is you're not going to double top out. You could have done this and got done once, twice, 3 times. It would have come back on you. Is this the right time if you would have still been holding? So nice one, AK. So that's it there. But the other play is, well, actually, I've got from 187 to 230 here. So do I just wait for it to break, pull back some, and then go for it because it's a clean air gap? But definitely, you know, if you're willing to hold through these pullbacks and just risk, see that risk at the bottom there, even though could have pinged me out of a trade if I was in it. So even though this is the level, you've got to bear in mind that's one liquidity provider at the top. The second one kicks in a number of times, and then all of a sudden there's the third one, wicks out, comes down. But you know, generally we're talking what, 54, 51, 3 cents. You know, you can go a little bit below these levels, but it has done it consistently on this stock. Where's plug? Where's plug at? This is what I've done before. I get waylaid on another stock and I'm missing. Yo! Look at that. Look. This is what I say. I wanted 66, right? I wanted 66. So there is 66. Now I don't have my size on, right? Okay. But I got something on. Now what am I pulling? That pull worked. This one didn't. So that's the aggressive indication. We broke the seller's liquidity pool. The buyer's pool was sitting there. They didn't need it, right? At the minute, they didn't need it. It remains a target to the downside at some point. But for the minute, I'm drawing upside, right? So for the minute, I'm going with a new pull that the algorithm should go with. It should drag up and create a new one because it didn't go down to get 3 levels of liquidity on that one. So I'm going to leave it there. If I can let go of this. Right. So now I have it here. So, you know, give or take, I didn't get my 55 pullback. I'm hoping this arrow is the right thing. So it's a very high spike. It was at 8:20. Oh, that's my time. 3:20. Let's see if we can't get another ad on. I want about 4 times the size I've got on at the moment, nicely, and that would be half of what I'm allowed as per the trade the pull risk. So yeah, I could go again. It's got to play the game. So if it wants to tap in here. Oh. You've got to preach that you don't chase, right? And all you want to do is chase. But if I've watched 3 stocks do this when I have taken profit at benchmark 1 and missed the benchmark 2 purely through switching between futures and stocks right now. I just want to load it, but that's such a big. Oh, we're going to run. What we got? 381. It's 22. It's 22. If I was nearer to the 15-minute, the quarter of the hour, I'd add some. But I think we might have another 8 minutes to come down to this 373 level to get another injection of liquidity here. But yeah, it's absolutely crazy to see this in action. Like I said, it's when you work at an investment bank, you're restricted from doing. It's one of the only professions that I am aware of that you cannot like take an interest in what you do in, you know, in the office, outside of the office. You're not allowed to trade. You're not allowed to invest. You're not allowed to enjoy, join investment clubs. You're literally restricted from doing anything. Even trading your SIP. If you're investing your own pension becomes a bit of an issue. So there's all sorts of restrictions on it, and it's crazy the fact that I've been designing this software for a year or two. I've had the developers on it for longer than that, and it's proven out. Right, it's literally, I've got so much faith that this is going to help the whole industry right now. I don't want to big it up too much, but I just can't stress enough how excited I am to get this in people's hands. You can if you're just say plug. You can head over to I think liquivision.trades/register if you want to register interest, if you like it. It might be a bit early for that. You see some more of these live streams, see me playing this day in, day out. So like I said, I still am feeling Jesus, hold on, I've got to look because that's one that's already, I sold that short. Yeah, so there's where I sold that short earlier. That's not coming back for another look, is it? I'll leave that for another call. Let's get back to plug. Plug's coming down. Come on. So I'm still it doesn't matter in terms of the environment I've been working in. Obviously that might give me some sort of edge in trading myself, but all NDA agreements out of place now at the year end, and I'm feeling what you guys feel, right? The size is not there. It's like you're restricted on the prop firms to certain risk parameters, etc. And I'm not wanting to lose the money. I don't want to load up that size purely because it'll be easy to hit the risk parameters and get blown out of the account. So I'm actually feeling that. But it's a case of this is all working, right? This is what, there's nothing that's not working. It's all working for everyone and everything. I just want to look at NQ, see if we come off that top. Yeah, we did. Right, let's concentrate on plug slow. It's a bit grindier than the other two. Let me have a quick look at NQ on TradingView, because that's where I chart up mostly, not on. Okay, yeah, so look, we've double topped, come out into the 10-minute again. There it is, right? That level's sitting there. That is confirming at the moment. I would drop down to the tick chart now and have a look and see what those sellers hold levels are looking like. But this has just been clockwork all day on the NQ. As tight as it's been, drop down to the tick chart, everything has worked. But these small caps for me is where, as futures is volatile, if you can put that size on in futures, and if you've got a cash account and you're not restricted to risk parameters so tightly, I like it. Oh my God, let's have a look now. This is a key level.
December.
Right, now I'm thinking, yeah, that was an aggressive pop there, right? It equals the highest volume of the day. Will do, okay. You stay liquid too, my man. Yeah, so that pop-up was the highest volume of the day. And a lot of the time, that can suggest the end of the trend. So now this is a key level at 74
GLYC.
that I'm adding.
GLYC.
I'm not sure whether my scanner can spell or not, but it should be saying PLUG to me right now. PLUG is what you want to be saying.
GLYC.
I've increased that position. If I could hear that, if I could hear it show. Can you guys hear it being... Can you guys hear my scanner saying, calling out these ticker names or not? If someone would... appreciate if someone could ping that in the chat. Just give me a Y if you can hear them.
GLYC.
There's another one. All right, so I need this liquidity pool to hold. 370 needs to hold. If this is going to aggressively continue. We've got the half hour mark coming up now, and it's either going to push it one way or the other, I imagine. It's still there. Right. So here we go. That's pushing deeper into it there. Don't like the way we've recovered kind of 80% of this, but that's where the pool is. So, you know, that's what it does. But for that big pop, I'm feeling like that could be exhaustion, but the liquidity pool's there right now. So oh, come on. PLUG. Nothing else really shouting out at me at the moment. What was the other one? ENC. Yeah, so again, that's what we were saying, right? It's popping off, but it's just going further into that benchmark. These are working, right? There's a pull there. You can pull it up the next one. These are almost equidistant from each other. Pull there, pull there. So still working. Even the macro ones are in. This one's the one that's holding right now. The most recent one would have failed. That one. The most recent would have failed. Yeah, so all I would do there is say, right, well, did that micro sell level? Yeah, so sellers held there. I'm just gonna track that down, and that's where I am right now. So at the minute, there would be nothing to do. Right, that's it. Why is it not going red? Turn it red. All right. So at the minute, ENSC. What that scanner shouting out? There's probably a short one, but I don't like it because look, it's just holding this benchmark. So there probably is a long trade on. The long has held for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. There's got to be a reason for that. However, we do have a couple of short holds on. We do have a couple of short holds on here. There's one there. Right, so the bigger one is this one. So we're sitting on 2 pulls. Okay, so that's it. But that's what happens when you get trapped, right? That's, anyone that says, there's a pennant being created or a triangle, all of these kind of patterns that you come up with, you're trapped between 2 hidden liquidity pools that you can't see. You eventually obviously can draw, your pennant. But the fact is the pools are there, each time the market moves, it's giving you a new one. So that's that. Let's have a look at PLUG, see what we've got. Back to PLUG. Okay, so that liquidity pool held there. I added in there, so I've got more size on now. So there's no reason for this really. If that was the highest liquidity of the day, that would normally be an exhaustion, right? And yet we're just tacking it. So ultimately, we can keep tracking this up, right? Keep tracking it up. There's another pool of liquidity now at 376. This is as boring as it gets, but this is what's telling you I'm going to keep going up. Is NVVE's going again. Look. Yeah, this is what's telling you it's going to keep going up. You just keep drawing them levels in. That's what I want to say. PLUG. That's what you're going to say. PLUG. PLUG. It's going to do it in a minute, I'm sure. I can feel it. Every time it does it, I want to look. Can't help myself. Where's it got? Right, so listen. MVVE has already done benchmark 2, but a couple of stocks have done them twice this week already. So if I bring that down, right, it's the same one here. Come down a little bit further, so it's changed a little bit. But if I can bring that, I'll just extend this one, right? Okay, so that's where the downside liquidity should be, and they can double top that through there. It's just a wick, right? It's no problem. The question is, it should have been done. So when it's done, right? You wouldn't expect it to pull back, but look, if you get that in chart, look, what's telling you that it has the potential to keep doing that is if you take that last swing to that high, put the liquidity pool in, there it is, once, twice, 3, 4. It's just sitting in there. You're also sitting in a benchmark. Now you've broken out the benchmark. It's doing the same thing again. The only difference is with MVVE is it's already been there. All right, it's already should have finished. So RVSN broke it, right? It went some. It went another few dollars above that level. But right now, that level is holding, and every one of these that you draw in has held. Wait up. MVVE. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling up the prop firm and ticking the MVVE, but look at it go. It's going to be over in. It's just FOMO, isn't it? It's just FOMO. I want it so bad because it's screaming out at me. But what I should be doing is waiting for 540. That's what I should be doing. Waiting for 540. Because that's the safer thing to do. I'm not going to do it though, am I? Oh man, that is pushing. It wants 640. It wants 640, 650. Well, listen, you guys can hear it, man. I'm in plug. Look, I'm in plug. I'm plugging along. I'm grinding this plug, and MVVE is just shouting its name at me right now. Zolb. Oh, that's it trying to say XELB, by the way. So MVVE, you can't see this. I need to bring this over to the right, don't I, for you to see that. So there's MVVE being called out on the scanner to the right. To the left as you look at it. Right, plus so we double topped to that area. NVVE. Do you want NVVE? So it just tacked into this one. It just tacked into the last one. It tacked into that. See that one? Ting! This one. Ting! This one went a bit further in. Please call out the name plug. We all use plug. It may do it. Did I do the right thing on NVVE? Where's it? ENC? 1 second. Just checking. Oh, look at that. So liquidity pool to liquidity pool. Will it hold again? We'll see. You've got another chance in the lows there. You know, day traders are going to close these out. That's what you've got to be careful for. So I was good not to throw in that chase. That could be it. That block should have been higher up there though. So that's what I say. It's like, is it the top or isn't it? Well, it probably isn't the top if this liquidity pool holds. And let me just check how high that went. Actually, did this one hold? Yeah, that held. So I'm calculating from here, so it will be higher. Whoop. Yep. So it's going to be up there. Okay, I just have to keep tracking it. The higher it goes, by rights, yeah, you know what I mean. It's just the number's 555. So MVVE. Let's put a little alert. See if we get it. Oh my goodness, what's happened to plug? Yeah, so plug's ticked in again. But I'm not hearing the call out. Never mind. It's a little low. It's just slightly lower volume than a. Let me look at the criteria on this scanner and see why we're just missing it. All right. It's slightly under. Yeah, it's slightly under the volume criteria that is set. XELB, that's when they say Zorb coming in. XELB. Jeez, they're firing off today. They are firing off today. Let's have a look at this on the daily. A 379 plug. Yeah, so this is something that's like I don't like, right? Because I liked it here because I like this straight flush down. Flush down. That's what I like to see there. Whoa, that's MVVE, I guess. Down at 555. Right, I'll check that. And then when it's down there, I like to go, right, okay, bang, let's take that first swing. Where is it? There it is, right? And that's it, game over. Yeah, so benchmark, tick this, 90%, 80%, 75%. Like I said, for some bizarre reason, I've got a little anomaly that it kind of likes that middle ground for some reason, but the formula doesn't have that. It's been there for about 12 months. It's been doing that. And then it pushes higher to benchmark 2. Then it's game over. But when you take that all the way to the top, there it is. Liquidity provider 1, liquidity provider 2. The third not hit, but it goes off again. So again, we've now got this look left. I like there to be a huge gap when I look left. I've got price action here. You could argue it's still a huge gap, but if I'm playing that now, that's it. We're in benchmark 1. This could be, a fake out to the top because 2's up there. There's 1, there's 2. So we're aggressively going into the benchmark there. Need to change my colours because they're not liquidity pools. They're benchmarks. So that's it, right? So gap to gap, we've broken out of the manipulation zone, which is sitting down there. Benchmark 1 hit. What's plug doing? Plug still sitting at 379, having its little grind. Right. Was it NVVE? Going to take a quick look at NVVE. 2 minutes. Right. It's banging that liquidity pool right now. Just take a quick drink. Excuse me. Okay, so MBVE's in the most recent liquidity pool there is. That was very aggressive. It's not the highest volume of today, because the highest volume of today went into the benchmark. That's what it does. This is a retest that didn't quite catch the pool, so I'm not quite sure. Within the last 15 minutes, is it going to pop to 642? If it is, it's worth the trade if this can hold down here. But this would be a super low risk entry, right? I'd literally long now at 46 and risk 29 or 30. Nothing is shouting at me. Plugs at 381. If I'm putting this on, so I know I could went 2,000 with that. If this is 547. 547 risking 530. So, well, unless I type this out and it rockets to the moon. 547, 530. Let's say 528. Give it a couple of cents. I have 1,000 shares. Oh my god! And then the other one goes who's just dropped into a zone. All right, no problems. We can do this. ENSC. Right, so again, 1, 2, 3. We've hit that same level again. You know, just bring it down a little bit. Give it a little bit of. That's what it is. But nevertheless, that's it. It's still looking. You've still got them buyers coming at 158. So that's good. That's 158 for a 150 stop. That 158 for a 150 stop on ENSC. What are we getting here? We're going to get a foul off this. This really looks like a foul to me. This looks like, yeah, we didn't quite make it up there. We didn't need to. We're done for the day. We'll see. ENSC is still calling out. NVVE isn't. Plug 79 still grinding. Have we got? Or we got 45, no injection of liquidity there. Nothing to say. It's still held. Every downside has failed, right? If this is what we're doing. So if our buyers hold levels are holding these liquidity pools, you're going to have the sellers level foul, right? You come down foul. Every time you come down foul. Massively foul in that case. This most recent one, well, it's not the most recent one. One before last, fouled. Coming back to the backside, this most recent one, still there. Okay, so that's what we're toying. That's what we're struggling with. If you're wondering what it is, it's a seller's liquidity pool. But we haven't had one fail yet because we're in the uptrend here because buyers keep holding. Okay. All right. So that's where we are. ENSC. I want to take a look at ENSC. You can have a look at the scanner. ENSC. Plug 380. Come on, plug. You can do this. I don't know if I want it so close to the close, but literally the aftermarket has been as volatile. Everyone going to sell out in the last 10 minutes. Right, I'm going to give it 2 minutes, see what happens at 3:50. Because that's when everyone starts blowing their positions for the day. MVVE trying to hold. Right, so I would have been risking 150, I said, on ENSC if I wanted it. So it'll be down there. Let's see if it tags me. This definitely looks something like it's going to play out tomorrow, I reckon. See that one we didn't tack in? I reckon overnight, bump, pre-market, bump, and then we're off tomorrow. And then we're going to take, I'm going to say 230, but anywhere between 230 and 250. If ENNC has been doing what everything else has been doing this week, it is like generally grinding around the benchmark 1 and then fires off to benchmark 2. MVVE plug 381. Oh, MVVE trying to hold its level. Right, 1 minute before they're going to look to balance their positions at the end of day. Plug 379, 380, still grinding, and we're going to get a little push. So I've got MVVE managing the other position. I've got NVVE on the order in the Trade the Pool platform. No reason. 552. He said I can have 1,000 shares of that at 550. I'm going to start working in. That looks nice. Right. Plug. So 378. Nothing happened. MVVE. Nice hold. Didn't work into it just yet. Nothing shouting on me at the scanners at 8. Keep saying 850 because that's where it is where I am. At 350. You'd normally, what's the NQ? NQ must be doing something. Plug 376. I'm not going to cover that. Oh, sorry, close it, not cover it. I'm long. NQ. Okay, so the NQ is doing it's 850. It's 350. So good job we didn't sell out of NQ. It's like I said, there's further to go into that pool if they need to. Definitely looks like they're pushing in there. See what that close does. Plug. Well, that's definitely confirmed that pool now, right? Let's see. So the sellers held, the buyers, that's a confirmed drop into that buyers now. So if we plug, want plug from you. Yeah, so this level could still hold, but given the time of day, I'm not sure it's going to. I think this is just going to be any longs are going to close. It's making me feel like I want to close. Because there's so much room to the upside that we could use tomorrow. And if I take that last leg, I know I've got this pull down here. So what do you want to do? I've Got to give it the pull. I've got to give it that pull. It's got one right underneath it. Yeah, I like that. That level's gone higher now, so that would be MVVE. Right, size down on that. Right, so I took the profits on plug. I was nowhere near the size I wanted in from that. It didn't have the momentum. Oh, would it, look at ENC that failed. So that's the trouble with this time of day, is just day traders are just saying, yeah, okay, ENC is done for me. And that's it. Because it didn't go anywhere, they think it's a sell. They think it's a short. But we've got this bad boy sitting down here at 130s, between 120s and 130s, that I think it's got room. It's got room then to go all again to the top side there. And NNVE, quick look. That's still kind of holding. But again, I think it's going to have the same outcome for a while, is that is just going to drop out.
Evax.
Oh my god, the other one I was looking at, Evax, is what's Evax doing? Evax is, see they're all doing the same pattern. This one, this was the buyer's hold level at 423. It's already gone so close to benchmark 1. It come all the way back. There's benchmark 2 sitting up there at 8. So there's a potential 100% on here from overnight. If this was going into the close. Right, so let's see what we've got to work with on IVAX, because this could be a good one, good play for tomorrow. Let's see. Zoom in so you can see what I'm doing here. Right. If I take that high and I bring it down to this low, the pull is going to be up there. So this run it's going on at the moment, whether that lasts into post market or not, I don't know. That's where it is. Whoa. Control Z, go back where you were. Yeah, that's where we are. So yeah, I'm seeing a potential 60 cents here that this could run, either aftermarket or not. But that's again where I'd expect to see it, right? So if overnight this does run and pauses at that level, that's the level I'm cutting this morning. I'm like, right, tomorrow morning on the open, like I'll draw this in just for fun, just in case it does. But that's where I would be. And tomorrow morning, if the pre-market holds this level or the open holds this level, I'd be long. I'll be long and I'll be looking for it to smash that benchmark 1, because effectively it's been there. But I will look at the price action when it gets there, and then I'm targeting 820 because they've just been doing it like clockwork this week. It's been very, 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 very frustrating not banking on the long side between benchmark 1 and benchmark 2. I have been shorting benchmark 2. MVVE's come back. Okay. So MVVE, let's drop these two. MVVE, EVNC, EVAX, all to look at tomorrow. Plug, all to look at tomorrow.
Prayer.
Yeah, so they're still not giving up on this yet. And they're 2 minutes before the close. So, let's see what it does at the close, because they're 2 minutes before they're going to close out. Surely. Surely we're going to get some closures here. Right, well, I've done bell to bell, guys. It's been a profitable day. We're up just over a couple of $100 on the stocks. That could have been so much more. I'm almost ashamed of myself. That should have been a couple of thousand on those. Oh, there's literally a $5 move on a decent sized position. And there was pretty much two of them, but nevertheless, I got the short side of it, and it was six. What have I got? Six. Just move that account over. 675 on the futures. Had I not done that first trade on the sim, we'd have been over $1,000 on that, over $1,000 on the futures. So, quick look at the last ones we've been looking at here. Plug, coming off of that liquidity pool that held. This one is now invalid. I kind of move it over and get rid of it so that I know that it was there, but didn't fold. This one the same. NQ's going a bit nuts on the close. What happened there? That sounded like a fill. Nope. Cancel all orders. Okay, cancel all orders. Yeah, so just tidying up here, ready for tomorrow. I just want to take, so plug. I'm all right with that. It didn't run. It could do aftermarket. Not a lot we can do about that. Definitely room on plug tomorrow. EVAX at $5. Yeah, I like that. I like that. If that's going to go up there, come back down, I'm sold over EVAX tomorrow. ENSC is coming off now. Look, that liquidity pool finally failed. Yep, that's people closing positions as well. The liquidity pool is down here at 131. If that holds tomorrow, we could have ENC back to the long side. It's benchmark 2 sitting up there at 230s. So that can be a whole dollar trade there for us. NNVE, like literally so tight in that liquidity pool there. It's holding. This could be an aftermarket runner as well. But nevertheless, we've had some good trades today. There have been some nice small caps pinging about. I've had some action on CXAI as well. And one last look at NQ. Yep, so that's it. It's going deeper in to that pool. You got to remember, always more than one liquidity provider. That's what causes when you say it's a fake out or I got my stop run. There's more than one liquidity provider, and that's what's causing it. If you know the range is wide enough and it's 1, 2, 3 providers, then you know maybe not to be so aggressive. This one worked out fine, right? No problems. You're going to take the trade because it rejected. This one here, you're going to take the trade because it's rejected. But what you do know here is you have a pool, right? From here to here, there's a liquidity pool there. And when that holds, you got to be thinking, oh, I think I'm going to cut that there. Think I'm going to cut that because we could just run to the top. And literally, we are trying now. Even now, that's not the last area of liquidity that's been run. So we'll see what happens in the overnight there. But that's going to be about it from me. You can, if you like the software, you can pre-register for it over at, it's going to be, I've got caps lock on, liquivision.trades /register. Currently we're currently in licensing and you know, all that sort of thing, protection, licensing, and all that sort of paper. But yeah, if you're heading over there, if you like what you've seen, I'm just going to be showcasing it more and more this week, and next week. We're just going to do some live streams just to see what you like, what can play out. Happy to look at any stocks that any of you guys put in the chat. For the most part of today, I've been streaming to 1 or 2 people, so thank you very much. It's much appreciated that you didn't leave me totally on my own. Currently, I've got 4 viewers. My max was 5 today because it's my first day live streaming. So thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. And if I see you tomorrow, that would be a great bonus. Thank you very much, everybody. Cheers, and for me, it's good night.